You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Doing a favor to the United States and to our people. This is for the world. He defined very clearly on the first night of this operation what the goal was. We were going to destroy Iran's Navy, and that is happening. We were going to, if it hasn't already happened, I'll let Pete speak to the specifics of it. We were going to destroy their missile launching capabilities. We're well on our way to achieving that goal. We were going to destroy the factories so they couldn't make more missiles and more drones, and that is moving forward. Every single objective the President clearly laid out on the first night of this operation is being effectuated. Again, Pete will speak to the specifics of it. This has been an incredibly successful operation. Every day, it may not get covered because, you know, we're unlike them. We're not bombing embassies and hotels. We're hitting military targets. But every day, the Department of War lets the drummer get wicked over every portion of Iran that has these military capabilities, and the results are going to bear fruit for the world. The world is going to be a safer and a better place when President Trump's mission here is achieved. And frankly, I think countries around the world, even those that are out there complaining about this a little bit, should actually be grateful that the United States has a president that's willing to confront a threat like this and not allow it to continue to persist. Because these people will kill as many Americans as they have a chance to do, and if they have a nuclear weapon, as the Vice President pointed out, they could kill millions of Americans in the future, and that is a risk that was not going to continue to exist as long as we had this president.
Thank you, Marco. You know, it's very interesting because is it Anthony Blinken? And he was saying that they should have done it. But they didn't do it. Nobody did it. Nobody did it. For 47 years, Marco, that's the number, 47. I guess now it's 48, because we've been saying 47 for a long time. It's probably 48. But for 47, 48 years, every president should have done this. And some are saying now that they made a big mistake in not doing it, but we're taking care of business. Steve Witkoff, please.
Mr. President, it is my distinct honor to be a member of your cabinet and to report to you and your team on our negotiations with Iran. Mr. President, you directed Jared and I to pursue a diplomatic resolution with Iran prior to Operation Epic Fury, which we did. However, it became quite clear during these meetings with the Iranian negotiating team that we could not make a deal that fulfilled your objectives of the following: no enrichment whatsoever, no chance of weaponizing whatsoever, decommissioning of Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan, which you destroyed in Operation Midnight Hammer, no stockpiling of any material, which they flagrantly violated, turning all enriched material over to us, and a cutback in Iran's missile inventory and range capability of those same missiles. Throughout our meetings with the Iranians, we heard the following from them. The Iranians have the inalienable right to enrich. Then we heard they possessed enough 60% enriched material, 460 kilograms, to make 11 atomic bombs. Finally, we heard the following statement. They would not give up diplomatically what we could not win militarily. In other words, they were again miscalculating the success of Midnight Hammer, which was a total success. These are incontrovertible signs, among many other signs, sir, that their regime had not given their negotiating team authority to make a deal required by you. We conferred with you and all the other members of your foreign policy team, Susie Wiles, Pete Hegseth, the chairman, Marco Rubio, JD, Scott Bessent, Chris Wright, John Radcliffe, throughout all of these negotiations, and we were repeatedly rebuffed on everything we asked for. I have no doubt that we exhausted all efforts on behalf of a peaceful resolution, as you directed. Jared and I both agreed that the Iranians were there to buy time until a weaker president arrived. This was a flawed strategy, as your clear direction was to never allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon today or any time in the future. Against that backdrop and our compelling military successes in Epic Fury, We have had multiple reach outs from the region and others who want to play a role in ending this conflict peacefully. I can report to you today that we have, along with your foreign policy team, presented a 15-point action list that forms the framework for a peace deal. This has been circulated through the Pakistani government, acting as the mediator. And this has resulted in strong and positive messaging in talks, as you just indicated to the press. But these are sensitive diplomatic discussions, and you have directed us to maintain confidentiality on the specific terms and not negotiate through the news media as others do. I can say this: we will see where things lead, and if we can convince Iran that this is the inflection point with no good alternatives for them, other than more death and destruction. We have strong signs that this is a possibility, and if a deal happens, it will be great for the country of Iran, for the entire region, and the world at large. Your policy of peace through strength is the most effective tool for a diplomatic resolution here, just as this policy was an effective tool in each and every one of all of the other conflicts you settled in your first year. Iran is looking for an off-ramp following your powerful threat on Saturday. Your indications that you are willing to listen to peace proposals have been well received. You have instructed us that your preference is always peace, and that we should make that our priority. We have delivered that message, sir, along with the 15 points for peace. Finally, we have told Iran one last thing: don't miscalculate again.
Good. Thank you very much. Good job. Doing a great job. Everybody around this table is doing a great job. Pete Hegseth, please.
Mr. President. I'll start kind of where you left off, Mr. President. Thank you for doing the work of the free world and having the courage to step up and stop the Iranian terror regime from holding the world hostage. That's really what it is. And 27 days ago, Iran had a modern military. Never in recorded history has a nation's military been so quickly and effectively neutralized. Operation Epic Fury is not an endless war. It's a decisive campaign with clear objectives to destroy Iran's offensive military capabilities and ensure they never obtain a nuclear weapon. This is stuff for the history books. This is stuff for legacy. Mr. President, you are acting now to ensure future generations do not have to live under the threat of a nuclear-armed Iran. However, you wouldn't know it if you listened to the dishonest hate Trump media, as you referenced. The folks here in the room, these cameras, they have a choice. You're either informing the American people of the truth or you're not. Because I hear it from my people every day. Behind every headline you write, there's a helicopter crew in the air. And behind every news banner you write, there's a battalion on the move. And behind every fake news story, there's an F-35 pilot executing a dangerous mission. My message to the media is get it right. This actually isn't something new to me. I may be a young guy, Mr. President, but I'm not a rookie in this realm. In 2007, I helped lead the surge, the public fight for the Iraq surge. Stood and watched people stand in the Senate and declare the war is lost before it even started. Who was that? It was Harry Reid. That was the Democrats and the media working hand in glove. Back then, it was 3 years into a war. Now we're 3 weeks into an operation. But see, unlike Iraq, this isn't a tie. This is not parity. This is not chaos. This is success, pure American success, on plan, and as the president said, ahead of pace. Over 10,000 enemy targets destroyed, over 140, I think now you're right, Mr. President, over 150 naval vessels sunk, underground facilities destroyed, their defense industrial base in shambles, and overnight, not only do they not have a Navy, Mr. President, they no longer have a Navy commander. IRGC's Navy commander was killed overnight in operation. So no Navy leader. Now that here's the thing about the media, though. If President Trump had not acted, you'd be screaming, why not? And now that he has taken decisive action, you're asking, well, why did you? It's the same old tired playbook, TDS in your DNA. But the hardworking, God-fearing, patriotic Americans out there know better. And you alluded to this, President Obama, Mr. President. Here's a fact that you don't hear on your networks, but we know. Many of the Iranian military factories and bases that we're systematically destroying were paid for by the pallets of American cash that Barack Obama flew into Tehran under the Iran deal. You might call it an inconvenient truth. Iran took our money and turned it into weapons and bunkers and ammo. And now we're destroying those weapons, and you're righting, Mr. President, that grievous wrong. And make no mistake, we had to act. And our objectives are clear. No nukes, no Navy, and a complete dismantling of their missile program and defense industrial base. And as Marco pointed out, that mission, and the VP as well, has not changed since day one. Yet, 2 days ago, they shot 2 failed missiles on a target 4,000 kilometers away. For years, they told the world that their missiles could only range 2 kilometers. Surprise. Yet again, Iran lied. And to the world, I say London is 4,000 kilometers from Iran. Washington, D.C. is 3,300 kilometers from Venezuela, another country President Trump did something about that partnered for a long time with Iran. So you're telling us that Iran is not a threat to the world or to the U.S. President Trump knows better. And here's what success actually looks like right now. You mentioned it, Mr. President. A-10 Warthogs, if you know them, you love them, and Apache helicopter gunships are flying strike missions inside Iranian airspace and throughout the Strait of Hormuz at will. See, you only send these slow, low-flying, close air support platforms when the enemy has no meaningful air defenses left. Their presence is proof that Iran's air defenses are gone. Their command and control is shattered, their top leaders hiding in underground bunkers, while their mid-level commanders are being crushed in the field. The morale of their fighters plummeting, and we see that disconnect daily. They're privately admitting, as you said, Mr. President, very heavy losses. We know that. President Trump has given us a clear mission. Our capabilities are only going up and Iran's are plummeting. We are here to win, and we're full speed ahead. So, Steve, we appreciate your efforts. We pray for a deal, and we welcome a deal. And we have the ultimate deal maker to make it happen. But in the meantime, as I said yesterday, the Department of War will continue negotiating with bombs. War is negotiation by other means. And finally, I want to thank our incredible troops, our pilots, crews, sailors, refuelers, air defenders, the absolute best of America, the real 1% of our country. This president, President Trump, has your back. And I know this cabinet prays for you every single day. And we ask the American people to do the same as they continue in this mission. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's great. I think before I ask Scott to say a couple of words, it would be great if people like the mayor of Chicago and the governor of Illinois would say, please come in and stop the crime. A beautiful young lady was killed the other day, and the father was a very good friend of Dan Scavino, and he took it very hard. Dan took it very hard, like the father, friends. They grew up together, and it's a young lady whose life would be saved if we did what we did as an example in Washington, D.C., which is now a safe city. All the time, people come up to me in the building, people that work here, they say, thank you so much. I know immediately what they're talking about. They're able to walk to work. They walk to work. You all walk to work. Some of you were mugged. I know you told me stories. Some of you were mugged. One person in particular was viciously mugged. In the group right here, it's not happening anymore. You have a safe city. Louisiana, the governor of Louisiana called me, can you help me with New Orleans? They just had the Mardi Gras. He said it was the safest Mardi Gras we've ever had. Sounds terrible to say. No murders. You know, it sounds like, who would say this? No murders. But they always had murders. They had a lot of crime during Mardi Gras. He said virtually no crime. We had the troops down there. Memphis, Tennessee, I just got back. We were there. Crime is down 75%. In a short period of time, we're there 5 months. We could do that for Chicago. We could do that for New York. We could do that for L.A. And we could do that for, frankly, San Francisco. I know they have a mayor who's trying very hard. He's a Democrat, but he's trying very hard. But we can do it much more effectively because he can't do what we do. He can't take people out from the city and bring them back to the country from where they came, where they were in prisons. They were allowed to go in prisons. There were drug dealers, the highest level drug dealers, murderers, 11,888 murders. We do things that they can't do. I had friends calling me up from San Francisco. Could you give him a chance? I said, absolutely. If you want him, we'll give him a chance. He's trying. He's doing okay, but we could do much better. We could make it a lot safer than it is. San Francisco, a great city, was a great city, could quickly become a great city again. But, they're going very slowly. I tell my friends they're very substantial people. They're in a certain business where people have made a lot of money. I hope that lasts. But they have a tremendous potential. It was one of the greatest cities in the world. Now it's got a lot of crime. And the mayor is really trying. Again, a Democrat trying. And I spoke to him. He just wants to have a chance. And I said, we'll give you a chance. But we can solve it very quickly. This young lady would be around today if we were around, because we have nobody coming through our border. I mean, literally for 9 months, it's zero. It's hard to believe that number can be possible because millions of people came in through Biden. But nobody even tries. We don't have the caravans of thousands, 25, 30,000 people pouring into our border. They come up in caravans. We don't have caravans anymore. There's no such thing anymore. There's a name that I think I developed, but somebody developed it, but I think it was me. I thought it was an appropriate name. Thousands of people would come up and just barge into our country, totally unchecked, totally unvetted. And this man came in, Dan, right? And he came in through the ridiculous open border of Biden. If we were there, the election was rigged. What are you going to do? Came back, big comeback. But if we were there, we wouldn't have had people coming through. It's amazing. It's so easy now because everyone knows they're not getting through. We don't have any caravans. Once they know that, when it was easy to come through. When I heard that they had an open border policy, I said, boy, this is going to be, I couldn't believe it. But when it was actually, it dawned on me because I had built 1,000 miles of wall and we were finishing up some and he didn't want to finish it up. I said, they really do want to have an open border. And we got it finished. But that young lady would be alive today. And she'd be alive for another reason, because we would have the National Guard in Chicago and in New York and in other places. And they love doing it. It's like training, to be honest. It's actually training. I never want to take them out of D.C. I mean, maybe somebody later on will do it, but I never want to take. The people, they say, we feel so good, we feel so safe. We see these beautiful, strong people, and they're so nice. They help. They open the doors for people. They carry bags. They pick up paper when they see paper on the ground. I looked at D.C. last night. I drove to make a speech, and I drove through, and I said, take me this way, take me that way. The city's clean. The fences are down. You don't have homeless all over your parks. I mean, we had parks. There was no room for anything else other than homeless. It's all clean and nice. And it'll be even more beautiful in a year from now. And we have some projects that are great. This ballroom is going to be something that's so beautiful for the city, so desperately needed by presidents. I mean, now it's no secret the military wanted it more than anybody. It was supposed to be secret, but it became unsecret because of people that are really unpatriotic saying things. But doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's going to be great. We're building an arc, a triumphal arc, which will be incredible for the city. Incredible. We're fixing up what was the Kennedy Center. I was honored when the board changed the name a little bit. Actually, it shows that the Republican and the Democrats, they work together. It's really something we work together. So I think it's a great symbol, actually. but we're doing a lot of work. That building's ready to fall down. It's in terrible shape. We're closing it. We're going to open it with a bang in less than 2 years. It'll come in under budget, ahead of schedule. That's what I do. It won't be like the Federal Reserve that's costing $4 billion or something thereabouts. Think of it, $4 billion. You know, it's amazing. I said to the group before, I said, everything I do, I get sued. I build under budget, ahead of schedule. I get sued over a ballroom that's going to be the most beautiful ballroom in the country, so desperately needed. You won't have to have tents sitting on the wet White House lawn. If it rains, you get wiped out, to honor the president of China or the president of France or the president of somewhere. You can have the greatest. We get sued by the National Trust for Historic Preservation. They don't know what they're doing. Then I just found out we got sued by that group and another group, I guess, on the fixing up of again, I'll use the old name, Kennedy Center, because they're not fixing up Trump Kennedy. It's going to be beautiful when you add the name Trump. But we got sued. And all I'm doing is fixing it up. We're fixing broken marble. We're putting on a roof because it leaks like a sieve. We're fixing steel that's broken. It's the same building, same exact building. We're fixing it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be so beautiful and safe. It's actually unsafe. You had some of those columns on the outside that were painted a fake gold. Now we painted them a beautiful white color, beautiful cream white. It's beautiful. Everyone said it's so much more beautiful now. Instead of a cheap, you can't imitate gold. See, I'm a gold person. It's all real stuff. You can't imitate it. Someday they'll discover a paint that will look like gold, and the guy's going to be the richest man in the world. But you can't imitate real gold. It just doesn't. That's 24 karat, which is what this building deserves. But think of it. I get sued because I'm fixing up the Trump Kennedy Center. We're going to make it gorgeous and safe. We're fixing new windows, new this, but just all fix up. I got sued by preservationists. But you know who they didn't sue? The man that took this beautiful Federal Reserve building. That's small, much smaller than the hotel I built. I built the Waldorf Astoria Hotel down the road. And it was a beautiful job for $201 million. It's bigger, I think, than the Federal Reserve building. And it's got rooms and bathrooms, and it's not like just an open office space, which is much cheaper to build. Think of this. I hear he's going to be over $4 billion for a little building. He doesn't get sued by anybody but me. I sue because it's either somebody's very crooked, which has to be, because what happened to all that money? You can't sue. I would have done that building for $25 million. It's going to cost maybe $4 billion, and we have a great new person coming in to take over the Fed. And Kevin may not ever have an office, because I don't know if they're going to be able to build. I passed that building the other day. It's a see-through. You know what see-through means? There's no walls up. And they're going to spend. But the National Trust for Historic Preservation, which is a joke, by the way, they didn't sue that building. They didn't sue anybody. But they sue me, and I build. And by the way, my buildings, it's all donations. Rich people and people are putting up the money. Zero taxpayer dollars. Is that right, Scott? Yes, zero taxpayer dollars. This stuff is all done for free, and I get sued. This could only happen to Trump. But they don't sue the guy whose interest rates are too high. That's why we call him Too Late. His name is Jerome Powell. We call him Jerome Too Late Powell. And done a terrible job. He suffers from Trump derangement syndrome, as he probably should, because I hit him pretty hard. But so I don't blame him. But they don't sue a man who has taken this gorgeous building, ripped it down from the inside, taking ceilings that are as beautiful as you've ever seen, taking the ceilings down instead of leaving them, taking walls down that were 2 feet thick of solid concrete and plaster, replacing them with 6-inch walls with no insulation. I said, let me ask you, Are you going to put insulation in? No, it's not in the budget. Oh. Insulation costs $5. Now you're going to hear the guy next door. If he's next door to me, I'll be able to hear his military plan. I'll know exactly. If Lutnick is in there, I'll say, oh, I know exactly what Lutnick's got planned. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. They've ripped this gorgeous building apart, and you can never build it again. I could, but it costs a lot of money. But a normal person can never build. So you're going to have crummy little walls, a flat little ceiling eventually, but right now you don't have anything. And nobody sues this guy. And then when Jeanine Pirro, working with Pam and others, has the courage to sue to find out what happened to maybe $4 billion and a building that may never be occupied by Kevin Warsh. He may never get there. We're going to have to find him some space in the White House. We'll put him in the basement of the ballroom. But when, now think of it, when Jeanine Pirro and Pam and the group, when they bring a suit, it's like, oh, this terrible thing. And then we have a judge that attacks us. So we've got to get our priorities straight, you know. It's a very sad thing that's happened with the Fed. And then just one other thing very quickly, you have Gavin Newsom in California Railroad. That's 100 times over budget. It's out of control. It was supposed to go from the middle of San Francisco to the middle of LA. Well, now it stops way short of both. It now goes into areas that nobody ever heard of. It's billions and billions of dollars over budget, years and years, maybe decades late. And that's why we have a country that has a lot of problems, you know. We have incompetent people. It's all people. Think of this, Federal Reserve, I would have had that building done for $25 million. I would have, if I did it, it was up to, somebody else would have done it for more. So maybe 50. But you could have done that building, if it was properly done and planned, you would have done that building for, I would have done it for $25 million, and it would be better. It would be better. See this pen right here? This pen is an interesting example. It's the same thing. So this pen is very inexpensive, but it writes well. I like it. But I can't have the pen the way it was. You know what it is. I don't want to give too much publicity, but they do treat me well. Sharpie. So I came here. They have $1,000 pens. And, you know, you hand pens out. You're signing and you hand them out. You're handing them to all these people. Sometimes you have 30, 40 people. And they were $1,000 a piece. Beautiful pen, ballpoint. 1,000. It was gold, silver, gorgeous. But I'm handing out to kids that don't even know what they're doing. What is this, Mommy? It's kids. They're getting a pen for $1,000. They have no idea what it is. And I feel guilty because I'm like, you know, I'm by nature, I don't, you know, it's the government. I love the government like I love myself economically. I want to save money. So I'm saying, this is crazy. And it had another problem. They didn't write well. So I take it out. And I saw it, and there's no ink. And I got all you people looking, and you say, there must be something wrong with Trump. And I'm signing, and there's no ink in the pen, and it costs $1,000. This one, I called the guy. I said, I'd like to use your pen, but I can't have a gray thing with a big S on it, saying Sharpie, as I'm signing a $1 trillion airplane contract to buy brand new fighter jets, brand new B-2 bombers, of which we just ordered plenty. I can't do that with the press. Use your pen, but I like the pen the best. But I'll sign it. I could do like Biden did, you know, give it to somebody else to sign, or an auto pen, or maybe sign it separately in another room. But I can't use your pen. He said, "Well, I can make it nicer." I said, "What can you do?" He said, "I'll paint it black." I said, "That's nice, and I can even paint the White House on it, sir, if you like, in gold, almost real gold, not bad. And I can even do your signature, sir." And by the way, this was not staged. I just saw the pen sit there, and I thought of this as an example of how $25 million spent by me at the Federal Reserve Building would be a better job than $4 billion that they're spending. And you know, one of the things that Kevin Warsh told me, he said they ripped down the nicest building. I don't know what building they're talking about. They ripped down a building, Scott, right? Kevin Warsh said it's the most beautiful building in Washington. He said the most beautiful space. They ripped it down. Why did they do that? I don't know. Do you know what he's talking about? Is it true?
Yes, sir.
They ripped it down. We have a moron at the Fed. Who wouldn't be lowering interest rates right now? But I want to thank Janine Pirro and Pam and her group for having the courage to bring this suit. And I believe that the contractor on that job is probably one of the richest men in the country right now. I believe that it's not possible to spend that kind of money. $3 billion, $4 billion, nobody knows, nobody has any idea what it is. But it's over $3 billion, and it's probably going to be over $4 billion by the time they finish. And it may never get finished. Unless I take it over, I'll get it finished. But it can never be what it was. It's never going to have those beautiful ceilings. It's never going to have those incredible walls. The walls were 1.5 feet thick of solid masonry. They ripped them down for no reason. And I just give you the story. And just to finish on this one. So I told that story to somebody and said, yeah, but it's not the same thing. I said, you're right. This one is better. It writes. So the guy said to me, you don't have to pay me, sir. I'll give them to you for nothing. I said, no, I don't want that. Let me pay you. I want to pay you. No, sir, you don't have to. You're the President of the United States. He was shocked. The head of Sharpie gets a call. I don't even know who the hell he is. He said, is this really the President? He said, no, you don't have to pay me, sir. This is such an honor. I said, nope, I want to pay you. He said, what would you like to pay? I said, how about $5 a pen? He said, that's all right, whatever the hell we agreed to. Peanuts. As opposed to 1,000. And these were $1,000 pens. And we were giving them out. Sometimes, you were there for signings. I'd have 30, 40 people standing behind me. I'd give out 40 pens to people. Then somebody would say, could I have a couple extra? This way I go like this. Here, you want 5? Here, take 5. But the bottom line is, they're better pens. It's a business story. So for $5, could be 0, but for $5, I get a much better pen than for $1,000. And I can hand them out. And actually, they become hot as a pistol. So what can I tell you? With that, could I give it to, please, a man who's done a great job at Treasury, Scott? Good luck, Scott.
Well, sir, as always, you're tough. Weapons, and that required months of preparations. Threats to American national security have no place in the global economic system. The oil market is well supplied. We have taken actions to ensure oil supplies stranded at sea are made available to the global market. Your bold actions like the Development Finance Corporation's Maritime Reinsurance Program in conjunction with Central Command will soon provide shippers through the Gulf region with a level of security we had never seen before. Mr. President, we are starting to see more and more movement in and out of the Gulf today, and this is more than yesterday, and this is the beginning. I am confident that shipping traffic will continue to increase on a daily basis even before we secure the straits. Turning to the home front, the U.S. economy remains strong. We had a strong economy thanks to you. We are the best insulated in the world thanks to your energy efforts in Term 1 and Term 2. The U.S. is an energy superpower. American workers' purchasing power is finally being restored. The latest figures indicate robust real compensation increases. We are starting to see the working family tax cuts benefits bearing fruit this tax season. 44% of tax returns have claimed at least one of your signature policies: no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, deductibility of auto loans. The average tax refund is up more than 10% for working Americans. The economy you vitalized through your pro-growth policies is well positioned to withstand these temporary disruptions. The United States dollar has reasserted itself as a safe haven asset. The U.S. dollar has appreciated since the hostilities began because everyone knows, thanks to your efforts, the U.S. economy is the best position in the world and capital is flowing in. Efforts to reprioritize economic security are ensuring the United States remains secure, resilient, and prepared for the challenges ahead. As we approach the 250th anniversary, America will never be safer and more secure militarily and economically. Thank you.
I just want to ask you a question. Is this guy central casting? I'm looking at him. I'm in Treasury. He might not be so good for war. I don't know. No, I'm looking pretty good too. I'm looking at this guy. He's central casting. Even the glasses are perfect. Where do you get those glasses? I think I'm going to get glasses. That's beautiful. Great job. That's really good. No, he's done a great job, and you all have. Proud of you all. Do you have any questions?
Yes. Mr. President, are you going to go in for the uranium? Like, how do you secure Iran? And
Let's assume I was or I wasn't. Why would I ever answer a question?
Can you accomplish
What
goals
kind of a
without
question? Am I going to go in for the... Oh, yeah, I'm going in. We're going in tomorrow at 3 o'clock. How could you possibly ask a question like that and expect an answer? I don't know. But I don't know. I think you're a friendly person, too. It's just such a ridiculous question.
Mr. President,
Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's been a report that potentially the U.S. is looking at diverting some munitions, air defenses that were meant for Ukraine to the Middle East. Is there any accuracy to that? Is that something you're considering?
Well, I'd have to ask you, but we do that all the time. You know, we have tremendous amounts of ammunition. We have them in other countries, like in Germany and all over Europe. We have, you know, we're packed. And sometimes we take from one and we use for another. We help Ukraine. Biden started, and he gave $350 billion away. Too much, way too much. And we sell it now to NATO. We sell it to NATO, and they probably give it to Ukraine. Mostly, I think they give it to Ukraine. But we get paid for everything that we give. We don't give anything anymore. That's a tough situation. That whole Ukraine situation, very, very tough. We're working very hard on getting that one solved. It doesn't have any impact on us, virtually nothing. In fact, if anything, I mean, we sell a lot of equipment for that unfortunate war. 25,000 people died last month, 25,000, mostly soldiers. Some in the towns, but for the most part, soldiers. They're dying. Nobody's seen anything like it since World War II. It's a terrible situation, and hopefully that's going to get settled. You know, I settled 8 wars. And many of them, I think, were more difficult than this one. In theory, they were more difficult, but there's tremendous hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky. Tremendous hatred. I've seen it before, but I've never seen it maybe to this extent. And I think that's calming down a little bit, and I think we have a chance of getting it done. But it doesn't affect us thousands of miles away. That's why when I heard the head of Germany say, this is not our war about Iran, I said, well, Ukraine's not our war. We helped, but Ukraine's not our war. I thought it was a very inappropriate statement to make, but he made it. You can't erase it. But he felt that way. I said, well, Ukraine's not our war. And it's not, but I would like to see all those young people stop being killed. I mean, they're being killed. It's like a slaughterhouse. What's happening there is horrible. 25,000 on average. Last 2 months ago was 31,000 people died in 1 month, Marco, right? I said, it's getting crazy. It's getting worse. Think of it, 31,000 soldiers, both Russian and Ukraine, died 2 months ago, 25,000 last month. And if I can solve that, it would be a great honor to do it. I wish it could have gone faster. I solved other ones in 1 day that had been going for 32 years. We stopped one that was starting. It was already started. India and Pakistan, and the Prime Minister of Pakistan, a very fine gentleman, said President Trump solved something that was going to cost 10 million lives. That was going to cost a lot of lives, 2 nuclear nations. And those were complicated, but we got them done quickly. This one is, it's a shame. And the only reason I'm doing it, frankly, is because I want to stop death. I want to stop the death from happening. I think I'm going to go with a man that I've missed, Brian. I haven't seen you in a long time. I miss you. He's been in a very strange location. I don't know. He's had a strange thing happen. But anyway, go ahead, Brian.
Well, good to see you, too. Actually, good to see the entire cabinet here. Linda, good to see you, too. You talked about gas prices coming down. Yeah. Obviously, they will. But would you ever consider suspending the federal gas tax in order to kind of temporarily alleviate some?
Well, some people should do that. As an example, in California, every time prices go down, his prices go up because the gas tax is bigger than the tax itself, bigger than the product itself. It hasn't. I mean, we've thought about it, I guess, but honestly, when I did this, I knew it was going to be a little bit. We had the greatest economy ever. We had the greatest stock market in history. I said, we're going to take a little bit of a hit, a short-term hit. It's going to end up going much higher than it was, in my opinion. I said we're going to have a great stock market. Nobody thought we could get to 50,000 or 7,000 in the respective indices. Nobody thought that was going to happen, but it did in the first year. They said it couldn't happen in 4 years, that you wouldn't hit 50 in 4 years, but you could maybe get close. We hit it in the first year. And I said, this is a good time to solve a problem that you had to solve. And that's what I did. But the gas tax, people have talked about it. It's something we have in our pocket if we think it's necessary.
And if I can follow real quickly, you just recently took off, Secretary Duffy, 17,000 truckers off the road that quite frankly could not speak English, which is a safety issue.
Yeah.
Could we ever extend that to Uber drivers, Lyft drivers, cab drivers, for someone who takes a lot of Ubers? A lot of my drivers can't speak English.
Well, that's not good. I didn't like that. Go ahead, John.
So that's a really good point. The problem is that our states are the ones that issue these licenses. So with commercial driver's licenses, we do have some federal control. But again, we have thousands of people who can't speak the language, long-standing rule, and it's a safety issue, right? If you can't understand road signs, if you can't communicate with law enforcement when you're pulled over and communicate what's on your rig, huge problem. But the last administration, Mr. President, they let truck driving schools self-certify that they were qualified to train truck drivers. And so this is like the Leering Center. So you pay $800 and you get a certificate that you passed a CDL driving school. And again, they have no skills. They don't have the knowledge. They don't have the skills. They haven't gone through any of the tests.
you. and we're there. We're going to let you have 8 boats of oil, 8 boats, 8 big boats of oil. This was 2 days ago. And they'll sail up tomorrow. That was 3 days ago. And I didn't think much about it. And then I watched the news, and they said, a very good anchor, actually, happened to be Fox. But I watched it, and he said, something's unusual happening. There are 8 boats that are going right up the middle of the Hormuz Strait. 8 big tankers are going loaded up with oil right through. And I said, well, I guess they were right, and they were real. And I think they were Pakistani flagged. And I said, well, I guess we're dealing with the right people. And actually, they then apologized for something they said, and they said, we're going to send 2 more boats. And it ended up being 10 boats. All right. I hope I haven't screwed up your negotiations, but I thought it was appropriate to say, because I did taunt you the other day by saying they're going to give us a present.
There were 2 illegal immigrants who were arrested at San Francisco airport for ignoring deportation orders. At the same time, as you highlighted, really great reception from American travelers for ICE agents. Is there a PR aspect of this that can allow future deportations to go on with less protesting, less outrage?
Yeah, it's amazing, because by putting ICE there, look, the press was very unfair to ICE. So was everyone else. These are great American patriots. They have a tough job. They have to find murderers and take them out of our country. I wouldn't want to do it. You wouldn't want to do it. Most people wouldn't want to do it. They do it. And, 11,888 murderers. And that's murderers. That's not drug dealers. That's not lots of other things. It's not people from mental institutions. Entire jail populations were released from major countries and let into our country through the open border. And ICE has done an amazing job. I wouldn't want that job. It's a tough job, dangerous job. So what happens is, by putting them at the airport, and I just said, do me a favor, take off your masks. And they did. For that, not for when they're looking for some, cold-blooded killers and they're in the, but for that. And they did. They took them off. And the passengers, I see the interviews of people, they're saying, these are nice people. One person said, he's a very strong man, but he's a nice guy. He grabbed my bag. He helped a woman with a bag that she couldn't lift. And I'll tell you, I don't want to use the word rehab because there was nothing to rehab, but rehab from the press, because the press is so tough on them. And these crooks in Minnesota, these crooked politicians and dirty cops, they're dirty politicians. Waltz is a dirty, crooked politician. The Attorney General is a crooked guy. He's no investigations, and I hope JD's going to do a great job. He's in charge of it now with somebody who's very talented. But I think it's easy stuff. They say $19 billion, think of it, is missing. $19 billion. If we would solve half of the fraud problem, Pam, in this country, we would have more than a balanced budget. We'd have a surplus. And in the case of Minnesota, it's very Somalia-oriented. Think of it. These people come from a crooked country, disgusting country, one of the worst countries in the world. Acknowledged to be one of the worst countries in the world. Some people say it's the worst. They have no money, they have nothing. They come to our country, low IQs, and they rob us blind. Stupid people. And they rob us blind because we have crooked politicians and we have dirty cops. The Attorney General's a dirty cop. It's my opinion. It's only my opinion. And something should be done about him. Let's see what kind of a job he can do.
President, yesterday you said that you hate mail-in ballots.
Excuse me?
Should Iran be able to charge a toll for the Strait of Hormuz? They're charging some vessels to go through.
Oh, yeah. Well, should they be able to? I mean, they shouldn't be able to, but they're doing it a little bit. I don't look. Their capability is a lot less than it was 2 weeks ago, and with every week and every day, frankly, it gets less and less. All I can tell you is they're begging to make a deal. So let's see what happens. We may make a deal. Tell me about mail-in ballots. Go ahead. You mean I used a mail-in ballot? You probably said, yeah, I did. You know what? Because I'm president of the United States, And because of the fact that I'm President of the United States, I did a mail-in ballot for elections that took place in Florida because I felt I should be here instead of being in the beautiful sunshine
But
taking...
you were in Palm Beach, sir, the last few weekends.
That's right. And I
Could you have gone in
I
person?
decided that I was going to vote by mail-in ballot because I couldn't be there because I had a lot of different things. But, you know, we have exceptions for mail-in ballots. You do know that, right? So if you're away, we have an exception. If you're in the military, we have an exception. If you're on a business trip, we have an exception. If you're disabled, we have an exception. And if you're ill, if you're not feeling good, we have. So I was away, mostly in Washington, D.C., so I used a mail-in ballot. But I appreciate the question because I know it was so well-meaning. Yeah.
Mr. President, I actually just looked up the company that owns Sharpie, and they stopped turned positive after you mentioned it. Question on your end.
By the way, they deserve it.
Yeah, question on
It's a
your
good
end.
product.
So you gave a 5-day deadline. With oil tankers going through the Strait of Hormuz, is that a condition to move that 5-day deadline?
Well, we don't want anything impeded. We want ships to go through. We don't know that they've dropped any mines, by the way, because we blew up all their mine droppers, right? We blew up every one of them. They're going to have to take them out on a rowboat or something. I don't know how the hell they get out there, but we don't really know. You might speak to it. We don't know. There could be a few of them out there, but that's a lot. You know, if you have $1 billion ship and you get hit by a mine, it's not the greatest thing in the world. So if you think the problem with that, that's not like you've decimated a military. If you think there may be a mine, that's a bad thought, and it stops things up. How are we doing in that regard, Peter?
Mr. President, you're right. We have so heavily degraded their coastal defense capabilities and their naval capabilities that any strategic or operational attempts to do those types of things are extremely limited. And we continue to move over the top of that. Now, whether Iran makes a wise choice or not to try to execute that is part of how this deal comes together. But with every passing day, the military pressure that we're putting on them lessens their ability to really hold that militarily at issue.
I mean, the problem with the issue of the Hormuz Straits is this. We've decimated them as a military. No Air Force, no Navy, very few rockets left. We blew up so many. Hard to manufacture them. Same thing with drones. The leadership is gone. The problem with the Straits is this. Let's say we do a great job. We say we got 99%. 1% is unacceptable because 1% is a missile going into the hull of a ship that cost $1 billion, right? So 1% is we can't. If we do a 99% decimation, that's no good. So it's really, you know, a little bit. But I have a feeling it's going to clean up pretty quickly. I could just say this: they want to make, and I probably hurt our little negotiation. It gives them a little impetus to say, well, I wish you didn't say that. But they said yesterday that we weren't negotiating with them, and now they admit that we were negotiating with them. So they want to make a deal. The reason they want to make a deal is they have been just beat to shit.
So the
Are you thinking of taking control of Iran's oil?
It's an option. I mean, I wouldn't talk about it, but it's an option.
Is that something you thought about?
Well, in Venezuela, we've done very well working with Venezuela, certainly. And we've taken in billions and billions of dollars. And by the way, Venezuela is doing better right now than they've ever done in the history of their country. And it's sort of like a joint venture. But the United States has made a lot of money, Marco, right? With it. Do you want to talk about that for a second?
About Venezuela?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think Venezuela in the first 2 months of this year generated more revenue from oil sales than they had most of all of last year. But the money's not being stolen anymore. And it's being held in a U.S. Treasury blocked account. And to the extent it's flowing to the Venezuelan government, it's going to help people, like fund hospitals, pay teachers. It's not
And we
being
get a
stolen.
lot of it. And they got more than they have in many years. Think of it. We get a lot of it. We have a deal. We get a lot of it. We had 100 million, think of this, 100 million barrels we took in the first 2 weeks. 100 million barrels. That's a lot of oil. It's a lot of ships. And we got some and they got some. We paid for the ships. A lot of money left over. And Venezuela has done better now with us. Call it a partner, call it whatever you want. We've made a lot of money, and they've made a lot of money. We've paid for the cost of that military hit. many, many times over. And we've only just started. Our relationship with Venezuela has been amazing. The people, actually, I'm the highest polling person. In other words, after the presidency, I think I may go to Venezuela and run for president against Elsie. I may run against Elsie. It's an option. No, they like me in Venezuela, but it's an option for me. It's a wonderful option. Yes.
There's some reports that Gulf allies are concerned about winding down the war too soon and potentially leaving Iran.
Well, they'd probably like us to stay, but
the concern.
If we don't stay, look, it's a beautiful thing about airplanes that go 2,000 miles an hour is you can get back there very quickly. If we don't stay, we're going to be protecting them. We know, they've been very good. Hey, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, in particular, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, the three of them, Kuwait, Bahrain, they've been 100%. Now, in all fairness, they could have gone the other way. They were surprisingly missiled. They were shot at. Nobody ever thought they'd be shot at. UAE had 1,400 missiles aimed at them. Fortunately, they had the greatest anti-missile weapon in history called the Patriot. Almost every single missile was shot down. We had an incident recently where 101 missiles were shot at a certain thing that we own that's very valuable. 101 missiles going 2,000 miles an hour. Out of the 101 missiles, every single one of them was shot down in midair and fell into the ocean. It's amazing technology. There's nobody has equipment like we have.
Is it even possible while Iran still has that enriched uranium? Is it even possible?
Well, you're going to have to see, but I think we're in just very good shape. We're roaming. You know what we're doing? You know the word roaming free? We're over their skies with the most beautiful planes you've ever seen. Roaming free, there's not a damn thing they can do about it. And it would be nice if, like the fake news New York Times, which writes so fake, and the Wall Street Journal is terrible, terrible. I read a story today that I'm desperate to make a deal. If I was desperate, he'd be the first to know. Pete, let's get the hell out of there. I'm the opposite of desperate. I don't care. I want to know. In fact, we have other targets we want to hit before we leave. We're hitting them on a daily basis. No, I don't talk about you. I can't talk about specifics. A lot of people say that wouldn't matter. Maybe it does matter. Who knows? But I wouldn't talk. It's like the question this young lady asked. Sorry, but I embarrassed her. I don't want to embarrass you because I think I think she's a friendly reporter, so I'm sorry. But I can't say what we're going to do because if I did, I wouldn't be sitting here for long. They'd probably, what is it called, the 25th Amendment? They'd institute the 25th Amendment, which they didn't do with Biden, which is shocking.
The hard question is, Venezuela safe enough to leave the region? Because Steve said that they've got enough uranium to make 11 bombs. That's a very scary thing. So,
well, again, I can't talk to you about that. Okay. You're asking me a question. You're essentially saying, will I go in and do something? I can't talk to you about that.
Mr. President, you're looking at a coalition of ships to help, warships to help protect tankers. How close are you to getting that coalition?
Well, we have a coalition for them, but they should have been up here a long time ago. And they're affected. The amazing thing is we don't need the Hormuz Strait. We don't need it. We don't need it at all. We have so much oil. Our country is not affected by this. We have twice the amount of oil as Saudi Arabia or Russia, and soon it'll be 3 times the amount. Chris, do you want to speak to that for a second?
Yeah, that's correct. Our total oil production is greater than Saudi Arabia's plus Russia, and more than we consume in the United States. So we're the largest.
Pretty good. You know what they call it? Drill, baby, drill. Yes.
Mr. President,
anything else you want to say?
Well, it's the same thing for natural gas. We went, before your first term, we were the largest exporter of natural gas in the world. Today, we're just by far the largest. We were the largest importer. Now we're by far the largest exporter, and it's growing rapidly this year. New facilities are coming online. New production's ramping up.
We're doing an amazing job. We're getting a lot of help from that man right over there. He's getting approvals done quickly and very environmental. He's an environmentalist, actually. He does a great job, but he gives you a fast approval or rejection. Do you have anything to say?
Well, back on Venezuela, where Chris and I have both had a chance to be there, I literally think they're going to put a statue to President Trump. And I'm not being, it's not a political statement, it's an
I
actual
hope
thing.
so. That would be a great honor.
No, because it's like they view President Trump like Simon Bowler. He's the liberator of a country, and this is a country where they love American baseball. You look on the street, they're wearing NBA jerseys, and Delcy and her team working with us, getting back. Chris and I both experienced, it was the first time in Venezuelan history that they had the free press allowed to come on to essentially where the White House, the Palacio Miraflores, and it was an emotional thing for people that had been for 20 years had never had a chance to be there. So whether it's and then production, it's showing up in production. The American companies that are coming back, most of those American companies have many American Venezuelan team members. One company in Houston's got 600 Venezuelan Americans that know more about reviving that industry. So their GDP is a 1/4 of what it was before. They want to get back. They remember what it was. Their production on oil production is climbing towards 50% increase just in the 3 months we've been here. That flows to American refineries on the Gulf Coast, lowering the price of gas in America. So it's a
Forget that. When are they going to do the statue? The hell with you.
Thank you. You've been really honest about how disappointed you are in Sir Keir Starmer, particularly in relation to Iran. So I'm curious about your phone calls with him, how easy they might be. And also, were you surprised by...
Are we talking about Starmer?
Yes. I know you're surprised by how weak...
I think he's a lovely man. I do. I think he's a lovely man. But I think he did something that was shocking. He didn't want to help us. And maybe in particular that country, we were the longest bond, the longest ally. Australia, too. Australia was not great. I was a little surprised by Australia. I wouldn't say anybody was great, other than the 5 countries in the Middle East. We never really had very much support. We spend trillions of dollars supporting countries, and this is Little League. This isn't the big league deal. This is sort of Little League pool for us. Look, we decimated them in a period of a week. In the first week, it was over. In the first few days, it was over. I think the Navy took us 3 days to essentially annihilate that. They weren't there. So if there's ever a big one, which I hope there's not, but if there's ever a big one, I don't think they're going to be there. And that's not fair. And we have to remember that as a country, because we spend trillions of dollars protecting Europe, protecting the countries of NATO. They weren't there for us. For small time. This is small time. You know what? Venezuela is a big deal, but it's not the big one. They weren't there. So what makes you think they'd be there if we needed them for something? And your prime minister was not there, as you know. He was there after we won. He said, we'd like to send some ships. I said, we already won. We don't need them anymore.
But can you explain why he was reluctant to help?
Why he what?
Why he was reluctant to help with Iran?
He didn't have to. I didn't ask him. I just said, just tell me, no. I mean, we're always going to be there, or at least we were. I don't know about anymore, to be honest with you. I would have to be honest. We were always there when they needed help. We always would have been there when they needed help. I mean, think of it. We're there to protect Europe from Russia. In theory, it doesn't affect us. We have an ocean, big, fat, beautiful ocean. But we're there to protect NATO, to protect them from Russia. But they're not there to protect us. It's ridiculous. It doesn't make sense. I tell you, a lot of people were big NATO people. I was never big. I was okay. I got them to pay 5%. By the way, they haven't paid it yet. You know that. I got them to pay 5% from 2% to 5%. They didn't pay it yet. I got them to pay up to 2% because they weren't paying the 2%. Then I got them to pay 5%, which they should be at. And we had a lot of, that was great. Oh, only Trump could do it. But the problem is they haven't paid. Because if you look at the numbers, they haven't paid yet. So we were there for them, but they were not there for us. Did we need them? No. I never thought we needed them. I was more doing a test. I said, I really would love to have you come up. Bring your boats. You can sail through the beautiful Hormuz Straits, and you can protect people that are being shot at. They didn't do it. And that's small potatoes. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, does it affect the state visit with the King?
Are you looking forward to that?
With the king?
With the king
No.
coming here?
No, he's a friend of mine. He's a great gentleman. As you know, he honored me and our country. He really honored our country. But we had an amazing time. I've known him as Prince Charles. I know him as King Charles. I'm proud of him. He's fighting a tough battle. He's tough. I think he's a fantastic. It has nothing to do with that. It's different. And he's going to be here very soon, as you know. We're going to have a state dinner. It's going to be great. But I was very disappointed when the Prime Minister said, I won't be able to. It started with the island that the indigenous have claimed away from your country. And for some reason, you went for it. And all of a sudden, indigenous people that never saw the place, they never saw it. He was afraid that we would do something to insult, because he's a liberal. That's the way they think. And when we needed the island to land that beautiful B-2 bomber, we were told we can't use it. We'd have to fly back to Missouri, which is a 17-hour flight, as opposed to a couple of hours. And I said, you got to be kidding. Not good. They made a big mistake.
Mr. President, is the Friday deadline for Iran, is that pushed back now, and if not?
I don't know yet. I don't know. Mr. Witkoff and JD and Jared will tell me whether or not they think it's going along. And if it's not going along, maybe not. And we have a lot of time. You know what? It's a day. In Trump time, a day, you know what it is? That's an eternity. Say it, what?
European Parliament just passed a major deportation plan. Some of the tenets of it are that member states can deport rejected asylum seekers to third countries regardless of whether they have a connection to it. It allows for detention periods of up to 2 years, and also offshore return hubs or detention centers similar to our.
Who did this? Which country?
European Parliament, and the vote was not close. It was 389 in
Good.
favor to 208 against.
I'd vote.
So
I'd vote with them. Yeah.
Europe is where you are now. Do you think that will move the needle with Democrats?
I don't care about the Democrats. The Democrats hate our country. The Democrats are in chaos right now, and they have no common sense. You know, they have one quality that's amazing. They stick together. And it's harder because they stick together in a ridiculous policy like men playing in women's sports, open borders for everybody, including murderers and anybody else that want it. We're open to you. Come in, murderers. You know why they do that? They do that for a couple of reasons, but they do it for votes because they think they're going to vote for the Democrats. Even though I did great with the Hispanic vote, tremendous with the Hispanic vote. You know, I turned that whole thing around. The Hispanics like me, and I like them. And, you know, it's interesting with the Hispanics. When I built the wall, everybody said, oh, that's going to ruin us for the Hispanic. It was just the opposite. They know all about immigration, and they know all about death and crime, and they're smart people, and they have common sense. They wanted to be protected from the people that were coming into our country. So, you know, I won the election with a very tremendous Hispanic vote, and I think it's higher now than it was then. So, we're a party of common sense. The Democrats are a party of insanity. They're a party that will destroy our country. If I didn't win this election, I believe our country would have been destroyed by now. 1 year, that's all it would have taken. If you had Kamala or Sleepy Joe, either one, it wouldn't have mattered. They're the same thing. Two sleepy people, two stupid people. I believe, and by the way, Gavin Newsom, who is one of the candidates, I believe he took himself out of the running when he says he suffers from mental disability. And a reporter said it was terrible that I talked that way about somebody with mental disability. I said, I have no problem with it, but I don't want a person with mental disability to be my president. I mean, you don't want to have a person with mental disability being your president. And Gavin Newsom said that he can't read a speech. He can't do almost anything. And then he said he's as dumb as all the people in the room. And he got accused of being a racist, which was an amazing set. I thought it was the worst interview I've ever seen anybody give. He's actually a very stupid person. So I believe he's out of the running. I think that statement, that interview, he admitted that he's a stupid person. I don't want a stupid person being president. You know, I'll say it right now. I say it because no press never reports it. I'm the only president that ever took a cognitive test. I took it 3 times. It's actually a very hard test for a lot of people. It wasn't hard for me. But it's a cognitive test. It starts off with an easy question, and by the time you get to the middle, it gets tougher. By the time you get to the end, very few people can answer those questions. They get very tough, mathematical equations and things. I took it 3 times. I aced it all 3 times in front of numerous doctors that I have no idea who they are. And I was told when I went in, they said, Doc Ronnie told me this. My current doctors were fantastic doctors. They said, well, if you take it, it's Walter Reed. It's essentially a public hospital. And if you do badly, it's probably going to get out. But I aced it. I got them all right. And one doctor said, I've never seen anybody get them all right. I've been doing the test for 20 years. I want people, I would love to see anybody that's a president or a vice president or anybody that has any chance of being a president, I would like to see them take a cognitive test. Because we had a man in this office that had no clue what was happening. And let me give you a little secret. He wasn't a smart man 30 years ago. And I'll tell you about President Obama. He wasn't a smart man either. I know all about him. He wasn't a smart man. Highly overrated. He was a great divider. And our country can't go through that anymore. Can't go through. We have done an amazing job. I had to do a little stopover. I call it an excursion. I had to do a little stopover in Iran, and we had to knock the hell out of them because our country would not have been safe. The world wouldn't have been safe. I've done a great favor for the world. The world has not been reciprocal, because when I told NATO, where we give billions and billions of dollars, trillions over the years, I said, do you mind coming up and giving us a little hand with the streets? Send up some. They didn't want to get involved. And I believe that's going to cost them dearly. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Keep moving. Thank you, guys. Keep moving. Thank you. Thanks. Keep moving, guys. Thank you, press.
On Georgia's taxpayers. Fourth, you must listen to the citizens of Georgia and the citizens of their community, and not only listen, but their views must be respected and heard. This is about Social Circle, it is about Walton County, but it's about the citizens of Georgia.
Governor Edge.
Chair Serio?
Yeah, Governor Edge, you're recognized.
This is Governor Edge.
You're recognized.
Can you hear me?
Sarah, nod if you're on the Florida channel.
We can hear you. Okay, great. Before we take up this specific, I have some questions because I was under the impression that the Board of Governors would get a report out on the Jacksonville-based grad school and the required collaboration between UNF and UF. So I understand there have been some discussions, but I do not know of any report outs that have come before us. So I would first of all pose the question to the Chancellor to inquire as if we've had any report outs, because I really don't know much more than we did when we originally allowed this to go forward at this point. So I'm uncomfortable making any decisions about this before we understand the collaboration between UNF and UF and this grad school.
Somebody. Okay. President Landry?
Thank you. I know nothing about particular report outs, but I can tell you that high-level, detailed conversations over a period well over a year have taken place. These are conversations at the level of university president and board chair. Those conversations resulted in very significant changes in the plans coming out of UF. Initially, when we proposed opening a Class 3 campus in Jacksonville, a proposal with great support from the legislature, the governor, the city of Jacksonville, but we also wanted to be sure that we were sensitive to the resident university. We had 10 master's programs for adult learners, individuals in the workforce who wanted to achieve additional education. We pared that down to 7. Then there was a specific request from the University of North Florida that we not go forward with a Master's of Health Administration. We deleted that from our plans. We were left with a core group that would not be competitive, not overlap, and could be something to build upon for collaborations in the future. If we can draw in more applicants, they're applicants who might sort themselves out between the programs. Since we were going to be a market tuition rate, we would be set significantly above them in the local marketplace, though much below competitors, and much below competitors that I'll detail later, from out of state setting up shop in the state of Florida. So this would be quite an advantage for those wanting, a high-end, AI-driven elite education. They could come to us. If they just need to have an excellent education in the standard materials, they would have other options. But in any case, we would not be enriching competitors from out of state. So there were considerable conversations, considerable alterations in our plans, and as far as I knew when I came on relatively recently, that we were certainly in compliance with the spirit of all of this, which is a spirit of cooperation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Governor Edge?
Yes. Well, and I appreciate that, and I'm not making any assertions that there wasn't a cooperative spirit going on, but it still doesn't change the fact that I have no idea what's going on. And I think that the Board of Governors was specifically supposed to be included in this process. And so I would like to see that going forward before we make decisions.
Well,
Chair Serio, I'd like to add, this is Governor Mateer.
Governor Mateer.
I'm in support of what Governor Edge is saying. There's a lot of change going on at the University of North Florida, and I'd like to see some additional detail as well.
Well, I would be hypocritical if I would lack transparency if I did not, make a statement here. I have been asking, and I haven't pushed, but I've been asking for updates on this project because there were several. One of the things that happened, it was very important to the university, and I totally understand why. But but when we approved this, the campus 2 years ago, there was a request that we not attach any strings to it, even though there was a lot of dialogue and Governor Edge was involved. There was a request from the university that we not attach strings because it could impact the funding that was going to come in for it. And we agreed, but especially because of concerns Governor Edge raised, there were requests made, and they were actually woven into the motion. That first there would be a joint task force formed, and that there would be regular reports going forward, and that there would be a memorialization of agreements. I don't know if the task force was formed. I don't know how often it met. I'd been asking for updates, and there was always a reason, and I understand this may be completely valid, but I just have to point out there was always a reason why, well, we shouldn't do an update because there's an important city council vote coming up, or we shouldn't do it here. So we've had one update in 2 years. So I am sensitive to what Governor Edge and Governor Mateer is saying here. And I don't know if there's any agreements. It sounds like well, I'd like to hear from UNF. It sounds like the university itself is comfortable with the proposal. And I think there's a separate discussion on with the market tuition, but on the proposal itself for the MBA, I'd like to hear from UNF.
Thank you, Governor, and thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity to address this matter. I think I've been on the job for 5 weeks, so I'm asking the same questions that Governor Edge has posed. And what I'm ascertaining is that you are correct. There are very high-level discussions that have occurred in the past, yet I don't have a full report just yet from that task force, so we are looking forward to the future, which is advancing naturally our SUS 30 plan. You know, we're one system, collaborating with the University of Florida on any future offerings, and the next step for us is really getting a group together to continue to advance the collaboration and ensure the non-replication of future offerings.
Do we know when the last time the task force met and who's even on it?
I don't have that knowledge.
Or was it just a high-level discussion with some university officials?
Tim, if I could, I mean, I think
sure, Governor Jones.
We're in a unique position here. It's odd that you've got the former president of UNF sitting 2 seats down.
I was just about to recognize it.
The current interim president of UNF. And so, Moaz, I love you. I don't want to put you on the spot here, but it seems like maybe you might have the missing link to this equation. So I'd love to hear your comments. And President Falconetti, I'm not trying to usurp you here, but 5 weeks on the job, you might not have the same institutional knowledge as our friend Moaz here, who is now at USF. So, Moaz, if you've got something to add, I would love to hear it.
Thank you, Governor Jones. I thought you were my friend. No, but in all seriousness, I think that was part of the motion that was made is the creation of a task force for collaboration. The task force, at least from our side, the side of UNF, was headed by Vice President Paul Eason, and I think Kurt Dudas was there. They met a few times. I think there is more what we can do to really look further at the collaborations and how we can share courses, how we can share resources. So yes, there were meetings. More can be done in the future.
Other comments? So on the Governor Dunn, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I don't have a comment on the movement of the program to Jacksonville. The information that was supposed to be provided, I had no knowledge that that was supposed to happen because that discussion was prior to me joining. So I appreciate the update on that. My interest is in the adjustment of the market rate tuitions, and I'm more interested in us having a broader system-wide discussion because I am a proponent of us being open to those conversations. So we don't have to have that conversation today, but that is something that I encourage us to explore.
Thank you, Governor Dunn. I mean, I think we have to because we have been saying no to market rate tuition, to raising market rate tuition. We've been saying no to the universities for more than a decade when it's come up. So this is the first one. And I mean, let's have that discussion, because this is the first time it's come up. If we approve it, I mean, I don't mean to put anybody on the spot, but what universities, and there's no harm, I'd be shocked if you didn't, who's got an idea for a market rate tuition increase? Yeah, I see several hands. So, so doing it now and then saying, okay, now let's figure out what the methodology is for market rate tuition for everybody else after we've approved UFs. I mean, we can, and I certainly look at the statistics. I'm sure that they are going to be very competitive, but it's something to consider. Governor Levine.
Yeah, I think a couple of issues here. We'll talk about the market tuition piece in a minute. I think there's two different issues here. I think what Governor Edge is raising, and I think it's an important point, we approved this based on faith. There was a lot of different partners involved in this at the beginning, and I think when we approved it, there was a lot of conversation about what exactly we're going to do on that campus, and there was articulated for us a process of what that would look like. And whether it's a task force or a few people meeting, at the end of the day, clearly there was some conversation between UNF and UF. I think maybe to be more clear about this is a multi-$100-million campus. These are really important decisions from a policy standpoint. I think it would be helpful, regardless of what the decision is here. I think what would be really important is for there to be a more formalized process and some ongoing communication to the BOG, to the Chancellor, about what's going on and where we're heading. I think that would help, because the fact is some people just don't know. And for instance, there was a report here at the Board of Governors in September of 2025. A report was provided here over a year ago, and at the time, what we were told was one of the programs identified was a Master of Science in Management in Artificial Intelligence and a Master of Business Administration in Artificial Intelligence and Analytics. What we're talking about today is a more broad executive MBA program generally. And again, it's not I think the question about whether or not UF and is going to do an MBA program there is not as big of a question, because UNF has been engaged in this. So I just think it would be better to have better communication leading up to these discussions, as opposed to sort of finding out sort of late in the game. And Dr. Landry, you weren't here when that was all done, so that's not an issue. But Vice Chair Patel.
Yeah. I obviously have been at UF for the whole time that these discussions have been going on. And as I understand it, while it may not have been called formally a task force, there were lots of discussions at many levels around this, and that UNF is supportive of this. UNF is supportive of this, and I'm not sure there are any more, from my perspective, discussions that need to be had to gain UNF support, unless I'm mistaken.
UNF?
It's a question
Mr.
to
Chair.
UNF.
We'll allow a little cross discussion.
Sure. So obviously I just came on as chair recently also, but I did some research.
I think what we need to do, and I'm talking about me, my responsibility, my staff, is to make sure that we were requesting the communication from both universities and getting it distributed to you. Had I done a better job on that, we would not be having some of the confusion we have here. But we did get one update. Perhaps instead of getting the one update, we should set a schedule going forward that we're going to get a quarterly update from UF and UNF. And then you guys will know every quarter you should expect something from me updating you on what's happening here. And my commitment to you is we will get that done.
I appreciate that, Chancellor. That actually would help. I think that would be a great step. Other comments?
Hey, Mr. Chairman, I do have one question.
Governor Jones.
On the chart that's up here, maybe this is a question for you at the podium. These MBA programs starting at, University of California, Berkeley down to South Carolina, are these ranked in any order, or is this just by expense?
This is by expense.
Okay. I'd be curious to see by ranking, right? I mean, if we're going to look at it by expense, you could have a really expensive, lousy program, in theory. So it'd be interesting to see this order ranked, and we don't need to do it today, but it's something to take away, really to see, are we comparing apples to apples, right? Maybe President Landry, maybe you can shed some light on that.
You can just look at the list. Berkeley, UCLA, Michigan, at the top of the pile. This is effectively a rank order to a first approximation. It's certainly at the top to those who are highest ranked.
And I'm sorry, in your actual board materials, the rank is provided.
It is,
which was
okay.
given to us by UF, yes.
Okay. I just didn't see it on here, and I don't memorize the ranking lists of MBA programs in the U.S., so.
I do.
I'm sure you do, which is why I'm glad you're here. Other question I have, maybe it's to President Landry again. When you move this program, does this require additional space, people, leasing of buildings, things like that? And if the answer to that is yes, have you identified where that's going to be at this point?
The answer is yes. We will be hiring additional faculty. We will be creating space. And the whole creation of a Class 3 campus in Jacksonville is to advance this program along with other professional master's programs.
So you'll have to find additional space
we
beyond what you've already got?
We have the space. I have voluminous comments to make on space and other things if you want them. But yes, we need space, and in fact, there's $250 million committed already. $150 million from the state, approved by the legislature and the governor, $100 million from the city plus land, $50 million from philanthropists in Jacksonville, $250 million. Not that it makes it debt-free, but it decreases the debt burden enormously. That enables us to charge such a low rate for tuition. And when we do that, because those high numbers are actually also being charged by other universities from other states who see the success of Florida. They're starting campuses here. Our Floridians are paying enormous tuitions, okay, because they want elite degrees. The University of Florida can provide that elite degree and do it at a low cost. So you're not helping, no one would be helping anyone by delaying getting a very relatively inexpensive elite MBA with the latest AI research tools. That's what we're providing.
I wasn't suggesting we delay it, Mr. President. I'm suggesting we ask some questions.
Thank you.
Well, I now have Vice Chair Patel, let me ask one question first. But we are offering these MBA programs now. They're just in Gainesville, correct?
Exactly. And it's very difficult. Gainesville is a city of 150,000. Jacksonville is a city of 1.7 million. In Gainesville, we employ about half of the working age people already. The individuals who would sign up for this, are not voluminous. We only have 36 people in the 2-year weekend part-time MBA. These are not students in the classic sense. They are members of Florida's workforce who are trying to get additional education to advance themselves in their chosen profession. Okay? We have 38,000 undergraduates. We charge them $6,300. We are completely one with the mission of keeping things low for Floridians. But for this program, which gets no dollar from the state, is not cross-subsidized in any way, manner, or form by money from the state to this program, It is supported enormously by the University of Florida. Okay? The only thing we have is market tuition rate. And we haven't had an increase in 11 years. And when 11 years goes by, with a festering problem, and we present now, when a doctor has a patient that comes in and says, I've been having this problem for 11 years, the first question the doctor asks is, why now? Why is it so important now? It is the success of the state of Florida, the success, economic, social, that has attracted the attention of universities in other states. They are coming here. They are our competitors. We know Vanderbilt is arriving. We're trying to get started before it. We're going to position ourselves so that maybe they don't plant deep roots. We want to keep Floridians with us. This is the maneuver. This is the maneuver to do it.
And is the need to move? Will that? And I'm not trying to be rhetorical. Does that make you more competitive? A bigger city away? Because I assume everybody in the program now, and they're not probably local Gainesville folks. They're probably traveling.
They're traveling, but it's some of them will be local. But it's only 36 people. It's a very small program. We lose money on every person. We support it because it's good academically to have it going. But we're putting in enormous amounts of funds into making this work, both from our, philanthropic direct support organization as well as from the university proper.
Vice Chair Patel and then Governor Lydecker.
Just to answer specifically, Governor Jones, your question, and then Governor Serio, your question. Governor Jones, on space, we have spent years picking out the space, and it's been an incredibly diligent process. We evaluated multiple locations, worked with UNF and others to pick the space. So I'm confident the space decision has been very diligently thought through. And Governor Serio, on your question on will it make us more competitive? Absolutely, it will make us more competitive. As Interim President Landry said, the students that are signing up for these are working professionals, and they take these classes on the weekends. It's much easier to attract them to Jacksonville on the weekends than it is Gainesville on the weekends.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The final point that Chair Patel just made is a point I was going to make, and I agree with Interim President Landry on the importance of this. It's too bad that there's been so much transition with new presidents and impacting the communication to the Board of Governors. And I think we have a cure for that has already been brought up by the Chancellor. But I'm not a voting member of this committee, but I would vote for it because I think it's at the end of the day, you're talking about 30, 35 people in the report that I saw, at least. It wasn't very many folks. And this has been going on for years. I remember, because I was on the board, when the allocation from the legislature came and the governor signed off on it and the communications that were occurring at that time. This has been an ongoing conversation. And at the end of the day, it's a weekend part-time MBA program for professionals. So I would vote for it. Were I on the committee? I'm not. But if it comes up at the full board and it comes before the board, I intend on voting for it.
Thank you, Governor Lydecker.
the other day, and it was in an article recently, what they articulated they plan to charge. So that's one issue, and I think it's a real issue. And number two, that because there's direct air travel to Jacksonville, it makes you more competitive nationally for a program. So people they can fly direct, and I think that was a factor that you shared with me. I think as it relates to tuition generally, there are programs. This isn't just 35 students, although technically you're correct, Charlie. For this particular ask, it's 35 today. Hopefully, you would see it grow. But the implications have statewide implications because it does impact other universities whom we have consistently said no to market-based tuition increases. So this is a first in over a decade request that we're considering approving. Personally, I'm more comfortable and would ask what your thoughts would be on permitting us or us permitting you to go forward with market-based tuition as requested for out-of-state students only at this time, and give us a chance as a Board of Governors to collaborate with the other universities on issues they have related to in-state tuition so that we can make, I think, a thoughtful decision about this that goes beyond UF but affects the whole system.
I think that's a good suggestion.
Governor Leidecker, you're recognized. Governor Good was next.
Thank you. So I think what we're getting support from a lot of people, if I'm correct, is raising tuition for graduate programs. So this is something we need to do across the board if this is what is wanted to be done. Am I correct that this is, Stasi, that this is the directive or the thought?
Yeah, I was going to weigh in too, if I may, Chair.
Sure.
And thank you, Governor Good. Yeah, I agree with Chair Levine's comments. I think it makes sense. I agree with Governor Leidecker as well. I think it's a good idea to get this moving forward. I know there's been an appetite with respect to out-of-state tuition that this board has taken action already on previously, and so I think that makes sense at this time.
So you're saying increased tuition for all universities for graduate programs?
No. I'm saying I agree with Chair Levine's comments with respect to the limited agenda item that's in front of us today to essentially address out-of-state tuition first, and then I think the board is going to have some sort of discussion to address in-state tuition. Although, for the record, I am fine with both today, but I understand Chair Levine's comments.
Governor Dunn.
For me, market rate programs are fundamentally different from our programs that receive state funding. And a desire to keep tuition low for our E&G programs is in part because they are funded by taxpayer dollars, which are residents of the state of Florida. And I meant to say in-state tuition low. And then our appetite recently for raising out-of-state tuition was because we were getting to the point where out-of-state students were taking spots that we thought should go to in-state and the out-of-state rate. So there was a difference, and those E&G programs are subsidized by taxpayer dollars. Market rate programs are not subsidized by taxpayer dollars. They're completely independent of our other programs. They're self-sustaining. So all of the expenses associated with a market rate program have to be carried by the tuition dollars or the other auxiliary resources. So for me, a distinction between in-state and out-of-state programs for the self-sustaining and market rate programs does not make sense because these programs do not get taxpayer funding.
Thank you, Governor Dunn. Governor Jones?
So one more question, maybe two parts. Number one, how did you get to the 59,808 number from where it is today? And maybe it's in the materials and I didn't read it. If I did, sorry, but tell me anyway.
I cannot reproduce the calculations here. I could provide them to you. But
I guess it's really open-ended for anybody in the room that might know the answer.
Well, I know it was a 20% increase across the board. It did not seem to be based on the location, what may have been, but it was 20% for Miami and 20% for the varying programs that UF offers, 1 year, 2 year. Is that correct, Vice Chair?
Yes. And for context, since the last time we raised market tuition, inflation has gone up 35%.
Yeah, I did that calculation before you said that, so I got it. You don't need to expand on it. The second one was, is it high enough? I mean, because, to President Landry, your point earlier, if we take this at face value, you told me these are the top three, within some order of accuracy, and they're 3 times, 2.5, 3 times what we're charging here, why wouldn't you raise it to $99,000 from?
It's a matter of the competition. We want to position ourselves in an economical range because we want to give an economical choice to the citizens of Florida.
I guess my question really is, have we looked at what that range should be besides saying it's a 20% increase?
Let me rephrase it. We are subsidizing this program, and we are not intending to take away what we are giving to it in terms of philanthropy, in terms of the funds that we are directing to it on an annual basis. My job is to get the University of Florida into the top 5 and make it arguably the best. I need to move up the College of Medicine, College of Engineering, College of Law, Arts and Sciences, and Business. This is part of my plan to elevate the College of Business into a top 5 program. That's why this is so important to me. We've got to do this. We have to do this for each of them. I have a plan for each of them. And then we have to move up the undergraduate program broadly. And I have an enormous plan for that. So we're not looking to pull back on what we're investing in our colleges. We just need to figure out what is the missing piece. And the master's, the MBA programs are languishing. And this is one way to supercharge them. And we would like to do this head-to-head with elite competition. And this will benefit us by having larger enrollments, by having them get jobs right away, by getting jobs that pay more. Business is all about business. When they rank, they're ranking based on the numbers, dollar numbers. And this is going to make us competitive. We're not competitive just operating out of Gainesville. That's why looking at Miami, looking at Jacksonville was so critical. This is part of a broader plan. And that's why it's the tyranny of round numbers. When you hear 20%, you know that it's not 30 items that added up to a bunch of zeros. But it's what we can tolerate, and we think what will position us well to completely close down our opposition. Because we will offer a better product, which is what it's all about, and we'll do it more economically.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to recognize Chair Duarte, but I do have to ask a question. You had said right now you're subsidizing the program?
Right.
Because these are supposed to be totally self-sufficient. That's the only reason why we grant
it's self-sufficient in the confines of the university, but we're talking about a college. And when you look at a college's budget, we put money into the college. And so that, makes everything run. We're not looking to do some zero-based budgeting and have this thing bring in enough cash to make everything balance. We just need to be able to meet our bills in our new venue, which even with all of that investment of land and building dollars will still have carrying cost and the faculty we need to add and the caliber of the faculty. Okay? We're competing based on citation counts to see whether they count in the scheme of things. There's a ranking system out of London that has us ranked very highly in terms of business research. We need to build on that. It's programs like this that allow us to build on that strength. This is the inside baseball of advancing the ranking of a university. You have 7 universities in the top 100. That's spectacular. But you don't have a university in the top 5, arguably the best. That's ranked 2 some years and 3 another year with the vibrations in the system. That's why I was recruited. So this is the part of the plan.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. President. Chair Duarte.
Thank you, Chair.
programs is, she goes, Carlos, the program's $47,000. I'm about to buy a house. You know, I'm getting engaged. And so imagine if that number is now 65,000 for argument's sake. Am I going to take out, you know, we've worked so hard as an institution at FIU and as a system to keep student debt down during your first 4 years. Are we now just going to sock it to you on that fifth year, and that's where you're going to get student debt? Or are we going to price this, you know, the great thing about the state of Florida is accessibility. And are we going to price ourselves out? And it's, again, the out-of-state students, that's 10% roughly our population. I'm talking about the 90%, and I'm talking about the South Florida community and how these increase in tuition rates will dramatically impact accessibility for those who are looking for social and economic mobility. And so I'm going to leave it there. Again, I'm all for the non-resident increases. Then state, I think we need to hash that out a little bit.
All right. Thank you, Chairman. Governor O'Cady and then Governor Perry.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe I have the benefit of being new and having not been part of all the prior conversations, and I appreciate the comments about maybe the lack of communication or the report out of the task force. But I did get the pre-read materials, which I thought were very comprehensive. And when I look at the regulation, it says that the request must present a convincing rationale. And to me, the pre-read did that. I didn't need to be part of 2 years of conversations to create a judgment on that. It seems to me that this program is going to be moved, and there's good reasons to move it to more metropolitan areas. And we want the program to be successful, and I think part of doing that is charging tuition that's going to increase the likelihood of that success. With respect to accessibility, if we're talking about less than 40 students, I certainly don't think this excludes access to other SUS MBA programs across the system. And that would seem to me to satisfy any objections from UNF or FIU or otherwise, which I haven't really heard and didn't see in the materials. In my mind, this is more for us to compete with other non-SUS programs that are clearly coming into our backyard. And in that regard, time may be of the essence. So I'm supportive of this not only for out-of-state, which it sounds like there's consensus for, but also for in-state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm not a voting member on this committee too. So first, a question procedurally. An issue that's, I think, this important and has this much discussion, is there a way to move this from this board, this committee, to a full board? Is that something we can do?
Everybody's entitled to participate. If they will vote, and if it passes, then it goes to the full board. It's been assigned to this committee, though, for a vote.
Okay, so procedurally, though, couldn't just move on. Okay, got that. Well, my first meeting too, but I can tell you that this has been going on, this discussion, for quite some time. And I look at the University of Florida, and I look at what the current president has done and the past presidents have done, and the diligence they've had in moving forward with this. And, we talked yesterday about the speed. We talked about AI and the speed of things happening, and for having years and years of discussion on this thing that I wasn't directly involved with, but know it's been going on, to put it off. I mean, it was brought up that, we need to have this, consideration. Well, the information's been out there. This is not a new thing today that's been brought up. I think that the longer we put things off, the more we put behind the University of Florida and what they have worked diligently on doing, and what the legislature worked diligently on doing on the funding of this program. We've been doing this a long time. And so I think, again, not a voting member on this committee, but I would hope that we would move forward with this. It's a small number of, as you mentioned, this is a very small thing that doesn't preclude other things from and what they can pursue. So I would encourage that we move on, give the University of Florida the ability now and not keep hindering these things for future. So that's my 2 cents on it.
Thank you, Governor. Any other? Sorry, Governor or President has.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to weigh in on one side or the other, but I do just want to acknowledge that I would encourage that if the BOG is considering this, that the governors would consider that all universities have the opportunity to have increases in market rate programs. So I believe Florida Atlantic, last time we were approved, was 13 years ago. So rather than look at this individually, I would ask that the board look at this holistically across the entire state university system for each university that has the same types of challenges.
Thank you, President. I mean, that's the frustrating thing is I think that it's, and I hate to say it, but it's the fact. Well, it's rushed, okay? If any other issue, if we could take a pause and say, all right, let's consider, because it's going to be Katie bar the door. A lot of you are going to have proposals for market rate tuition, and we should have a thoughtful approach where we understand the expectations from the universities. Staff, our BOG staff understands their expectations. We can consider these proposals, but going forward, that would be great. But now we need to take up this proposal today because there's a sense of urgency, and the arguments for the urgency are very, very valid. I think Vice Chair Patel and the President, that I understand. You know, Vandy's coming into town, but
they're coming into my town.
There you go. But we approved the campus 2 years ago. This meeting 2 years ago, there was a rush. We couldn't have a pause. There was a commitment to provide information on a regular basis. I would argue that did not happen, but now we're rushed again. But now we'll provide the info going forward. I am satisfied with that, and I know that the Chancellor will make sure that happens. He shouldn't have to, but he will. But now we do have to have the discussion of, is it for the market rate tuition? Are we going to have a holistic approach? Are we going to approve what's on the table today, and then step back and look at how we're going to handle the other 11 universities? Governor Dunn.
First, one more comment about in-state versus out-of-state. In-state students have the opportunity to take programs that are on E&G for in-state graduate tuition. So in-state students are not forced into market rate or self-sustaining programs. So from that perspective, I still believe that any tuition increase for market rate and self-sustaining programs should apply to both in-state and out-of-state students. And if the chair is willing to entertain a motion, I would make a motion to approve this proposal, and with the idea that we would allow the BOG staff to work with us to develop an infrastructure so that other programs can come to us for approval of tuition increases.
Mr. Chair, I guess my question would be, if we do that, and I don't necessarily agree on the entire motion for in-state, I would take that part out. Are we going to do this 11 more times? I mean, I don't mind look, we're all here to do a job, we're going to do it, but are we going to do this 11 more times if we do it that way?
Governor, hold on. Everybody, hang on. Let's not have, let's keep it. You weren't the first one to jump in. Governor Leidecker.
No, I was just going to simply say that it sounds to me like I'm hearing a consensus around there should be something thoughtful on a holistic basis in terms of study and communications and handling it properly. Just, allow the University of Florida to move forward with this because for the reasons we've already cited. The president just stepped out. Oh, there he is. Our interim president is here. It feels to me that the sense of urgency isn't just Vanderbilt. I was thinking that it was the upcoming semester that you have to get things going, right? So, I mean, wouldn't the school year for this program already start and have to be in earnest by the summertime?
We have to get the campuses, open and running. So that definitely. As far as the funding is concerned, we will lose money on each student we admit at this point without this increase, and we will have to support further in order to nurse it forward. These are the funds we figured that we needed to make things work.
Will the program be ready, President,
Yes.
for fall of 2026? Correct?
Yes,
in Jacksonville.
In fact, we started closing Gainesville a year ago. We started advertising, only, for instance, only Jacksonville. We are taking applicants, only applicants who can show up in Jacksonville. So the process has actually been on for some time. This process of transition.
That part's not helpful. because that shouldn't have occurred before this board approved it. So be clear about that, okay? That's not on us. That's a UF issue. Mr. Chair, first of all, from a process standpoint, there was a motion. Now, I did not hear a second, but there's a motion for approval of both out-of-state and in-state, for the approval of the proposal as presented.
All right. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? So, Governor Dunn, just to be clear, you're not the alternative proposal that was mentioned where we take out in-state. You are just moving the agenda item as is. Okay. All right. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. Oh. Well, Governor Cady, you're on the committee. Yeah. Is there any more discussion? Mr. President, I mean,
I'm new to this sort of deliberation, but is it the case that if this particular motion fails, that ends it for today, or is the alternative motion still a possibility?
No, somebody else could make another motion.
Okay, thank you.
Governor Levine, Chair Levine.
For discussion. This is obviously a more complex issue, and it's not anybody's fault in this room other than we've had a policy as a state for over a decade, and this is a massive policy change, whatever we do here. If any part of this is approved, it's a major policy change. I think the Board of Governors has a responsibility as a fiduciary board to make a thoughtful decision as to how it affects in-state students. There is the cost of access is an issue, and it is important. I also understand the complexity of the issue for the University of Florida. I believe strongly that this motion as presented should not pass, and I believe there should be an alternative motion that allows this to move forward with out-of-state market tuition and gives this Board of Governors the opportunity to evaluate the impact on the rest of the system as other universities are going to come to us now. We know that. With proposals. We want to make thoughtful decisions about this and not make a decision this big on the fly. And so I strongly oppose this motion, but I would support an alternative motion if one is offered.
President Landry, we're really in discussion with the BOG members now since there's a motion on the floor. So we're in discussion and debate now. So. Yes, Governor Broxson.
Mr. Chairman, I would not be comfortable. I go to Governor Perry's point about this being a committee report. It really, the discussion has gone way beyond that committee. And for us to vote up and down on this vote today, I think is premature. I would hope that we would consider another motion or vote down this motion. I really don't think that we're in a position to make that kind of policy decision until the full board has complete discussion about the issue.
Thank you, Governor. Any other comments? All right. Yes, Governor Lucas.
I have the benefit of the curse of being new, and this may be a question more for Amanda, but when we're talking about policy changes and policy decisions, are we talking about the regulation that the request is being made under, or is it a different regulation?
Go ahead, Governor. Well, this is an item. This is the item on the agenda. The request for the campus and for the tuition, changing the specific tuition to the amounts requested by the University of Florida.
Sure. That was a bad question. So there's been references to it's a big policy change. This hasn't been done in 10 years, and guess my question. I don't know. Maybe it's better for Amanda. Are we talking about little p policy or big P policy? As in, is this request consistent with the regulation, or would we be deviating from some promulgated policy of the board? We being a committee that I don't sit on, of course.
I will say, let me take a stab. There is a policy on this type of tuition, right, on the market tuition. But specifically what we're doing on the numbers is not in policy.
Right. So the regulation provides the minimum requirements that the university has to provide to us in order to request an increase in market rate, and they've met those parameters, but there's not been a request like this in over a decade.
Well, let me rephrase that. There have been multiple requests, and we have consistently encouraged strongly the universities not to proceed, because it has been the big P policy of this board to keep tuition in check in this state. So this is a major policy change that will have implications on how the other universities approach this. And so, I think before we approve this en masse with one proposal, I think the BOG and the staff need to take the time to come up with a methodology that's fair and that the universities, that it's transparent and that the universities understand, and more importantly, that the public understands. So I would, again, oppose this motion on the basis that this board and the leadership of the Chancellor's office needs to give us some, I think, recommendations on how to proceed with this, how to analyze it, so that we make a thoughtful decision, a reasoned decision based on the facts, not UF got a 20% increase, so we want one. And so I think that's the issue here, and I would caution that we have to be careful. What we do here is creating a pathway for every university to come to us and say we want exactly what they got.
Any other comments before we vote? And again, there can be other motions afterward. All right, seeing none. Yes, Governor Edge.
I'd like to request a roll call vote.
Roll call vote's been requested. We can do that, Amanda? All right. And so we'll do this via roll call vote. All those in favor of Governor Dunn's motion to approve the proposal as is?
I will call by name. Governor Serio?
No.
Governor Jones?
No.
Governor Broxson? No. Governor Dale?
No.
Governor Dunn? Yes. Governor Edge?
No.
Governor Levine?
No.
Governor Mateer?
No.
Governor O'Cady?
Yes.
Governor Sinatra?
No.
The motion fails.
All right. Is there another motion?
Yes.
going to try to do this as quickly as possible.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
The Senate is in session. So Section 2 of the bill is the part that really fundamentally changes how people would register to vote and make changes to their voter registration. The common misperception that I'm getting from residents in Connecticut right now today, they think this is a photo ID requirement. It is not. Photo ID proves who you are. What this is a requirement for documentary proof of citizenship. So it would prove that you are a citizen, not that you are who you say you are. So right now, many of us use many documents that prove our identity. Some documents prove where you live. Very few prove citizenship. So the Save America Act would establish a completely different standard for registration than what Connecticut is used to today. So here, for example, many people think their real ID, driver's license, thank you, would verify their citizenship. It does not. It verifies your identity. So under this bill, something like a driver's license would not be enough to register to vote. The types of documents that would be accepted would be a passport, a United States passport. That's pretty straightforward. Or a certified birth certificate issued by a state or local vital records office that includes your full name, date of birth, place of birth, the full name of one or both parents, has the signature of an individual authorized to sign birth certificates, includes the date that the certificate was filed, and has the seal of the state or government that issued the certificate. And this documentary proof of citizenship creates some challenges, some of which you've heard today already. The biggest one is if your name on your documentary proof does not match your current identification. You may need to provide additional information to bridge that gap, such as a marriage license or some court document about a legal name change. And it's not always as easy as it sounds. Some of the for example, here in Connecticut, if you had a marriage license, it might bear your soon-to-be name versus your maiden name, or it might not be conclusive proof of that linkage. But no matter what documents you have, all of it is taking added time, added costs, and it may not be as straightforward as it sounds for every voter. There's also the issue of access. As the Lieutenant Governor said, only about half of Americans have a valid unexpired passport, and it's unclear how many have easy access to their birth certificate. So a number of voters we know, because we've seen this in other states that have passed versions of the SAVE Act, they would need to locate, replace, or obtain new documents before they can register or make a change. The other major change is that, and this is the significant change, these documents must be presented in person to the admitting official. So right now here in Connecticut, much of our new registered voters are doing so online through the DMV, for example. And they could still do that, but their registration or change would not be finalized until they brought that documentary proof of citizenship in person. As you heard, many of our local election officials' offices operate with part-time staff, limited hours. There are some towns in Connecticut where a registrar, for example, works only a couple of days a month. are by appointment only, or perhaps even one day a week. We only have fewer than 20 towns that have full-time registrars of voters. The other change is that when as I mentioned, it's not just when you register for the first time, it's if you're changing your address. It doesn't matter if you move 2 houses over. That's a change in address. You have to make the change. If you change your name, if you change your party affiliation, any change to your voter registration would require that you present yourself again in person. The bill does state that the state would need to ensure reasonable accommodations are made for voters with disabilities, and we know that transportation and mobility are often real issues for this community, but the bill does not provide detailed guidance on how these accommodations would be implemented in practice. Section 2 also has a mandate that the state or individual jurisdictions make every resident aware of these new requirements. This would be my favorite thing, voter education. However, it also comes with zero funding, so it's no longer my favorite thing. Additional costs, there's some certified mail requirements I'll talk about a little later. As was mentioned, the potential to need to increase staff, some technology upgrades we would need to do. It would increase the cost for municipalities and or the state. Now, people often ask, what happens if you don't have these documents? Or there's a discrepancy that the admitting official can't reconcile. The bill calls for the Department of Homeland Security. You have to submit those names to DHS, and they will help. There is a requirement that any federal agency would need to respond within 24 hours of receiving that request. Now, I have concerns about that timeline. Election day is the exact same day everywhere in the United States of America. And what if only 1% of the population had this type of documentation issue? And I expect it would be much higher. That could mean over 1.5 million queries that would need to be returned within the span of a couple of days. I find it difficult to believe that the federal government would be able to meet that 24-hour timeline. In addition, in case you're not aware, there is no database of U.S. citizens. So when the federal government is running these checks now, right now they have an inconclusive rate of about 2%. So that would mean that many thousands of cases could get returned to Connecticut inconclusive, requiring the admitting official to either do some additional investigatory work or somehow proving this voter is valid, or they would not be able to vote. The bill also, and this is significant, it introduces civil and criminal penalties, including jail time, for local election officials who accept documentation that proves not to be accurate or true. And I don't have to have a big imagination to think this will increase town attorney costs, because there's also a private right to action. So if I would imagine many people might feel that whatever the registrar has done or not done would be something they could sue for. So I expect legal concerns to raise as well. I'm very concerned that this bill basically has immediate enactment. So we have no runway, no transition time, no training time, and no funding. This feels like a disaster based on everything I know about election administration and rolling out changes. To vote in So now let's talk about photo ID. So documentary proof of citizenship to register to vote, photo ID to actually vote. So this bill requires that if you're voting in a federal election, you need to present valid, unexpired, government-issued photo ID. Unexpired is the key word here. I can imagine, for example, older person living in assisted living, they no longer drive, they no longer, kept their driver's license up. They would have to, even if they voted their whole life, for example, they would have to make sure they get a non-driver ID if they didn't have one of the other accepted government IDs. Or imagine you have a passport, but you let it expire. Or, like me, this happened during the pandemic, when I submitted my passport for renewal, it took many, many months to get it back. So maybe you think the passport office will return it quickly, but they don't, and election day is around the corner. You might run into a problem there as well. And there is a provision that if you show up to vote and you don't have your ID, maybe you forgot it, or maybe you had a house fire the day before, I don't know, you can cast a provisional ballot. But your vote would only count if you come back within 3 days with one of the required IDs and show that in person. So depending on the number of people this impacts, you certainly could be looking at getting results up to 3 days later than Election Day. Now, separate from the act itself are a couple of amendments. We have been referring to things as the SAVE Act, and I just want to take one moment to explain. The SAVE Act is a bill that passed the House in 2 prior Congresses. It has been expanded to the Save America Act, which is what we're discussing today. But there is another bill, the Make Elections Great Again Act. Components of the Make Elections Great Again Act that were not in the Save America Act have been proposed as an amendment to the Save America Act. If you're confused now, this is why we all just say the SAVE Act. So this amendment really changes how absentee voting would work in Connecticut, and it's very different from our current system. It does restrict the reason
and utilities. Air Force Base. And when these individuals decide to re-enter the workforce, they can face real barriers like age discrimination, the need to develop new skills, and other challenges that make it harder for older adults to live financially secure, independent lives. These individuals, like all Americans, deserve seamless access to the Social Security Administration. Special Investigations for the United States Air Force, Larry Runk. To my far left is Detective Justin Wolverton of the St. Pete PD. To his right is the Commissioner of FDLE, Martin Glass. To my right behind me, to the right of Commissioner Glass, is Major Eric DeFelice of the Tampa Police Department. And over to the right
is Captain Kim Killian of the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. All of these various entities were significantly involved in the investigations that I am about to discuss with you. And what we're talking about, of course, is the bombing investigation and threats to MacDill that have happened over the recent weeks. As you know, everybody in this room knows that MacDill Air Force Base is the headquarters for the Central Command, Special Operations Command, and the Air Mobility Command of the United States Air Force. Oh, extremely, extremely important assets for the Department of War that are obviously involved in ongoing operations in the Middle East and elsewhere. What we'd like to talk about is the bomb that was planted in the MacDill Air Force Base on the 10th of March, 2026. And I will go through that, and I will talk to you about a subsequent investigation and the two investigations on 9. For the first investigation involving Alan Zhang. On the evening of March the 10th, 2026, Alan Zhang planted an improvised explosive device. Often we will hear it terminology in the IED. For those who have covered bombings in the Middle East will know it by that terminology. He placed it outside the visitor center at the Air Force Base in Tampa. The device did not detonate, but minutes after the device was planted, a 911 call reported that a bomb had been placed on the base. When that phone call came in, no location for that bomb was in fact given in that 911 call. The MacDill personnel searched the base and the entire base and did not find the device at that time. The next day, the individual who placed that bomb, Alan Zhang, and his sister made plans to flee to China. On March 11th, Zhang and his sister purchased tickets to China and sold the vehicle that was used by the defendant, Alan Zhang, to bring the improvised explosive device from his home to the visitor center at MacDill. What we're going to take you through right now is the remarkably quick and efficient work that took place by these law enforcement officers to identify the individual involved and to apprehend that individual involved. And let me say this, that before the device was, the law enforcement was brought in to take the device on March the 12th of 2026, Alan Zhang and his sister, Anne Mary Zhang, fled to the People's Republic of China. So by the 12th, they were gone. On the 16th of March, Air Force Base security found the device in question secluded. They immediately contacted law enforcement, and law enforcement, the gentlemen that you see, ladies and gentlemen that you see before you, responded. The FBI safely removed the device and determined it was, in fact, an IED. Less than 24 hours later, the agents identified the IME number for the phone used in the 911 call. And those of you familiar with the IME number, it's an International Mobile Environment Identification number. That's more than you want to know, but it is essentially a digital footprint for that phone number. When they did that, they identified that digital footprint as belonging to Zhang, and that Zhang had purchased that phone at Best Buy. These agents and law enforcement officers then got the film from Best Buy in the videotape. They identified Zhang purchasing that telephone at Best Buy and that he had driven the SUV in question to that location. In conjunction with that, at literally the same time, law enforcement, TPD, and other entities were identifying the vehicle and placing it at that location on the evening of March the 10th. So what we have in approximately 24 hours is all this evidence coalescing very, very quickly because of this great police work to identify Zhang, the individual in question, Miss Zhang. The vessel, the vehicle in question clearly was consistent with what was observed on film coming out of MacDill Air Force Base. On the 17th, Anne Chang, the sister, came back to the United States. The defendant, Alan Chang, has not returned. On March the 18th, less than 2 days after identifying Zhang, The search warrant was obtained by the FBI to search Zhang's home, and they found IED components consistent with the bomb that had been placed at MacDill Air Force Base. The agent spoke with Zhang's mother as well as the defendant, Ann Zhang, and both of them conceded that they knew that Zhang had told them, Alan Zhang had told them, that they planted the bomb at MacDill Air Force Base. The culpability of Anne Marie Zhang, what did she do? She helped the defendant Zhang flee and destroy evidence. She, of course, with her mother, bought plane tickets for China, but also, and Anne Marie Zhang accompanied him, but also the bomb is placed on the 10th. They left on the 12th. On the 11th, they attempted to destroy evidence by selling the automobile involved to CarMax. They sold it the day after they placed the bomb. Of course, having been used to transport the IED, the law enforcement and the FBI were trying to determine if there was, in fact, additional evidence at CarMax to determine if that vehicle had been used or to corroborate what had been told to them by Anne Marie Zhang. And although the vehicle had been vacuumed and had been cleaned, there were traces of items that were residue for the IED, and it was consistent with the IED that was picked up. So, while they attempted to clean the vehicle, they didn't do the job well enough. And, of course, immediately thereafter, the lab reports came back notifying law enforcement that this was, in fact, an improvised explosive device. Separate and apart from this investigation, we have an investigation involving Jonathan James Elder. Now, 2 days after the IED is found at MacDill Air Force Base, a call comes in to the MacDill Air Force Base, a threatening phone call, and the caller said, "How do you like the surprise at MacDill Visitor Center?" Then yelled, "Tick, tick, tick, it's going to be you between the eyes," and various explicit conduct that I won't, comments that I won't go into, but are set forth in the criminal complaint. He then made another phone call, and then he said, "Did you enjoy your pipe bomb at the front gate of MacDill? Is there anything else I can do for you? That's why you are entitled to expletive, you brat. Now I told you to try that with my meds. I told you that last year," etc., etc. All of that conversation on the threatening phone call had come in with Mr. Elder. Based on that phone call, FBI agents received and reviewed the phone call data, the historical cell site data, the Facebook count information, and they identified Mr. Elder as the caller of that. On the evening of March the 18th, this all came to their attention on the 18th. On the evening of March the 18th, the FBI, in conjunction with the assistance of the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office and the St. Pete Police Department, arrested Mr. Elder at his location where he was staying. He was staying at a care facility. Mr. Elder, as you can see from the complaint, has had some emotional and mental difficulties, but nevertheless he was put into Baker Active for several days, and he has been since taken into custody and charged. So today we have 3 indictments before you. Alan Zhang, he's charged with attempted damage of government property by explosive, making a destructive device, and possession of a destructive device. He faces 40 years. Anne Mary Zhang, his sister, is charged with being an accessory after the fact, tampering with evidence. She faces 30 years. And Mr. Elder is charged with making a threat of an explosive, and he faces 10 years. These investigations are ongoing. I know that the question that's going to be asked, the investigation hasn't ended. We are exploring any number of leads to see anyone and everyone that is involved in this matter will be brought to justice. Let me say this to you, and I've talked about this on many occasions that we've been before you. If you threaten to harm somebody, or if you harm somebody in the Middle District of Florida, you will be brought to task. You will be brought to book, and you will be charged. Again, if you harm somebody or you threaten to harm somebody, or if you decide that you are going to get on the telephone and you're going to telephone a threat to some place like MacDill Air Force Base, these ladies and gentlemen behind you will investigate that matter, and you will be charged by this office. We are simply not going to tolerate this type of conduct here in the Middle District of Florida. I have to say this, and Special Agent in Charge Fodor will go into the extraordinary work that went on with all of the agencies here, but I just have to comment the Joint Terrorism Task Force, and the FBI, the Air Force, the FDLE, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, Tampa PD, St. Pete PD. They all worked together this in an extraordinary short time frame to bring these cases to fruition. I think you have before you the two indictments we have on the Zhang, both Alan as well as Ann Zhang, and the complaint that has charged, that has charged Mr. Elder. At this point, before we take any questions from you, I'd like to bring up Special Agent in Charge Matthew Fodor for a few comments. Matt?
Thanks, Greg. Good afternoon. I'm Matt Fodor, Special Agent in Charge of the FBI Tampa Field Office. I'm proud to be standing here surrounded by the law enforcement partners who share the mission of protecting the American people. Investigations like MacDill security threats highlight how these partnerships lead to safer communities. After receiving the initial report about a suspicious package outside MacDill Air Force Base on the morning of March 16th, our response team was met by reinforcements from Tampa Police and Air Force Office of Special Investigations. Teams of agents and officers from all of our partner agencies, to include Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and Florida Department of Law Enforcement, immediately spread out across South Tampa, chasing hundreds of leads. It was only a matter of hours before we had viable information that eventually led us to the indictments of Alan Zhang and his sister Anne Marie. The power of partnership proved itself once again when a second bomb threat, unrelated to the first event, was phoned in to MacDill on March 18th. While we stayed focused on the Zhang investigation, St. Pete Police and Pinellas County Sheriff's Office helped us lead us to Jonathan Elder. He's in custody and charged with making a threatening phone call on March 18th. When it came time to execute the search warrant at the home of subject Alan Zhang, Pasco County Sheriff's Office showed up with an army of support. I am also grateful to Sheriff Nacco for providing the sheriff's helicopter to help us get the suspicious device to the FBI lab in Huntsville for further analysis. I asked for a discount on the gas because of the price, but I didn't get one. So, look, the FBI takes all threats seriously. So do our partners. That's the message that I want to give today. Together, we have the capacity, the resources, and the skill to respond swiftly and expeditiously to mitigate the threats. As USA Kehoe just mentioned, we are prepared. We stand ready as a partnership to keep our community safe, and I can't extend the gratitude enough to our partners for being there for us to make our community safe today. So thank you to these gentlemen and ladies on the stage with me, but I sincerely appreciate the work together. So thank you. I'll now turn it back over to Greg.
Folks, you have any questions? Sir.
Sorry, so just to clarify, is Alan Zhang in custody?
He is in China. Our last notification is that he is in the People's Republic of China as we speak.
Are the two dual citizens, and why did the sister come back?
Why she came back is unknown. She did come back. I can attest to that. Are they dual citizen? I know that they are American citizens. I do not know if they have PRC citizenship. Ma'am.
Can you just clarify? So you said the 911 call was placed March 10th when the device was placed. Nothing was found, but then the device was found March 16th. Can you kind of explain how that all transpired?
It all transpired because we had airmen out there that were obviously walking the area. We have significant sensitive assets. They were, of course, examined and searched first. I don't want to say that the visitor center is not an important building. It is, but it wasn't. The more important assets that we have out there, our time and attention was placed on those facilities, and then after a period of time, in a secluded location around the visitor center, it was found on the morning of the 16th. By a service member? By an Air Force serviceman. Sir, I'm sorry.
If I may, kind of a two-part question here. Is there any evidence that the Zhangs are in any way affiliated with the Chinese government or agents of the Chinese government? Are you investigating that aspect? Is the Chinese government cooperating with that and expediting him to this country? And then secondly...
That's a long question, but go ahead.
Kind of three parts there. Then secondly, how dangerous was that device? And was it, did it malfunction? And was it to have gone off and just didn't?
Well, the first part of the question is that we're exploring every avenue we can to get him back to the United States. And is there any evidence that we have at this point that any other country has been working in concert with the Zhangs? We do not have that evidence. I want to be perfectly candid about that at this point. We will continue the investigation, and we do have other areas we're exploring, but that's all I have to say. With regard to the device, without going into the specifics of the device, why it didn't detonate at the time is a question we would like to ask Mr. Zhang. However, it didn't, but I will tell you that it could have been potentially very deadly. Ma'am.
Are there any charges pending against the mother who was involved in all this?
Not at this time. She's in ERO custody and pending removal from the country.
And do you know if Alan or Anne Mary were involved in any of the videos sent to the Tampa Bay Times last week?
We can't. I can't verify that. We are examining that as we speak, but I can't verify that one way or the other. And I am familiar with the videos that you're talking about, sir. I'm sorry? No, I'm not going to get into the components of the IED at this point. Because there are some investigative leads from those components that we are exploring, and I just don't want to get into those types of leads that we are looking at. And there will be a time and a place where we can talk about it. It's just is not now. Sir. Well, you know, anytime somebody puts an IED together, and I spent a lot of time in Iraq when I saw a lot of IEDs, there always is a level of professionalism when somebody puts an IED together, and quite a bit of professionalism when they end up being deadly. Of course. Of course. Yeah, I mean, I maybe I left that out, but that certainly could have caused significant damage to people that were in the range. Be it whether 180 degrees or 90 degrees or 45 degrees remains to be seen. Sir. I can't answer that right now, but we will continue to explore exactly what their motive was. Obviously, Zhang told his mother and his sister that he, in fact, did it. And the sister fled the country with him after buying airplane tickets the day after and leaving within 2 days of planting the bomb, less than 2 days, frankly. But you're asking me what is the motive, what is the potentially political viewpoint of these individuals that would cause them to do this? It's unknown. But obviously, they obviously felt quite strongly about something or anything that the United States government was doing. Well, I mean, obviously, we want to spend the crucial investigative resources that we have with our more sensitive assets. You have something that's in a secluded location and hidden in the visitor center, and it just took a little bit more time to get there. If you're going to examine our most sensitive assets on the MacDill Air Force Base, not that the visitor center isn't an important asset, but obviously Central Command is there, Southern Command is there, we have the mobile air wing there. There are a lot of assets there that OSI had to be to be sure that we're not being compromised.
On that 911 call that was placed on March 10th, I know you said you traced it back to the phone you believe Alan had.
Yes.
Can you share what was said on that 911 call, if anything?
Well, he acknowledged that there was a bomb being placed, as I said. What basically, it was very short and very cryptic, but he said that a bomb had been placed on MacDill Air Force Base. The key to that, of course, is he didn't say where. He didn't say at a particular location. He didn't tell us, you know, hey, look over here or over there. So it was just very broad, and that's what he said.
And you mentioned how important MacDill is, housing CENTCOM and a lot of other special operations. Given what you said about how this device could have been deadly, how important is the security of this base, and just how crucial is it to have all of these partners that you had?
It's crucial. And everybody that is standing behind me is well aware of how crucial the MacDill Air Force Base is to the safety of the United States people, and not only just here in the Middle District of Florida and Tampa. So they all came together very, very, very quickly in a remarkably fast period of time to put this case together and identify this individual. And that's all because they were well aware, without having to explain it, how sensitive, how important MacDill is and our assets there. Ma'am. Like, help me out here.
I think that I don't know if she's arrested. Was she transferred to another facility at some point?
Well, she had her initial appearance before the judge this morning.
Okay.
She was arrested and she was presented for her initial appearance. If you're asking me where she's going to be housed, I am not sure where the Marshal Service is going to take her. And, you know, to be very honest with you, that is rarely a question that we ask once someone is put in Marshal's custody. They look at where they have potential housing for females or males, whatever the case may be, and they house them accordingly. It could be in Pinellas, it could be in Pasco County, it could be in Hillsborough, because there are 3 or 4 facilities here in Hillsborough. So I guess that's a long answer to say I don't know. Sir.
Were Chinese authorities alerted before today about the search for Mr. Zhang? And also, do we know what airport they departed from and what the airport the sister came back?
Well, I mean, what I can say to you is I'm not going to get into what our discussions are with the Chinese government at this point. I'm just not going to get into that. Where the sister came in, is she came into Detroit. We stopped her and started to talk to her in Detroit. I believe that was March 17th, and then she made it back here to Tampa by the 18th.
And what airport did they leave from? Was it Tampa?
Oh, I believe they left from Tampa. Yes. Ma'am. The mom's in custody because she is an overstay, and that's ERO has picked her up, and she's in custody for deportation. You know, the investigation continues. I'm not precluding any possibility. At this point, I will say she has not been charged, so it remains to be seen. But the investigation is continuing. I'm not saying she will, and I'm not saying she won't. It just continues. Sir. Well, I think that he wanted to make sure that he was known as the person that did it. Look, I'm speculating at this point as to why someone made that 911 call, but he did make a 911 call, and he did tell the people that a bomb had been planted there. Sir.
Where in China do you guys believe Alan Zhang to be, and where did they fly into in China?
At this point, I can't answer that question. Sir.
With this IED, was this something that was set up for remote detonation, or was it on a timer? Can you go into any
I really, given where we are and pursuing additional leads on the IED, I don't mean to be cryptic, but I will. I'm just not going to get into that. Excuse me? It was secluded. I just will say it was secluded. Sir.
So it's my understanding from the SEC that it was then flown to Jacksonville, and can you explain why it was taken out of the area?
Speed. The good Sheriff Nacco. I mean,
yeah, I can answer that. So our TDAC, our explosives unit, is based out of Huntsville. It was in Huntsville, not Jacksonville. That's okay. So, yep.
From here to Huntsville?
Correct. And the reason for that was because clearly the device didn't detonate. So we're looking at preserving evidence on that device, and we do have the capacity to put something like that, an active device, in a safe container, so it is flown expeditiously and taken care of.
And you can tell what Sheriff Nacco did.
Yeah, he lent us his helicopter. So.
To do that, so you fly it there, and then you examine it once it's rendered inert, just for investigative purposes?
There's investigative purposes, yes, but clearly to show that the device was viable, right? That's important because it leads to the charges that were brought forward today. So that's the initial report has been completed. There's a long-term analysis that gets done for court purposes. Okay.
Do you believe this was only one device, or could there be others still?
We're not going to get into anything on the device at this point for the same reason. But, you know, I've just gone evidentiary, getting evidence. Obviously, this was handled. There was potentially fingerprints, potential DNA. There's a lot of examination yet to be done on that device. Again, I'm not being cryptic about the type of device. I just, at this point, given the fact.
For the public safety aspect of this, could there be other devices out there, or do you feel the threat is eliminated at this point?
Well, with regard to this particular threat, the threat is eliminated. I can't preclude a threat, and I don't think anybody at this podium can preclude a threat from raising its ugly head someplace at some time. I mean, one thing that you'll see about the task force is they're very vigilant on pursuing any leads concerning potential threats. I mean, you saw how quickly Mr. Elder was identified and arrested. You know, it was less than 24 hours. So the vigilance in that regard, I can't overestimate or praise enough how quickly these ladies and gentlemen moved. Anything else? Going once, going twice. Thanks very much, everybody. Look forward to seeing you again. Thank you. Oh, that's not mine.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Florida Live. I'm Marley Capper. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and of course on Fox 35 TV. Our big story today is the House ethics trial for Florida Congresswoman Sheila Cherfilus-McCormick. She faces federal charges accused of stealing millions in FEMA funding. More specifically, she's accused of funneling more than $5 million in emergency COVID money into her winning congressional campaign and allegedly buying a yellow diamond ring with it, too. This hearing has already been pushed back once after the Congresswoman said she lost her legal representation. The House Ethics Panel is even split, 4 Democrats, 4 Republicans, with none of her colleagues from Florida's congressional delegation. She denies any wrongdoing. Right now, we're going to bring in UCF political science lecturer John Hanley to break down some of the political implications of this trial. John, it's great to be with you today. How are you doing?
Good afternoon, Marley.
Awesome. Well, thanks for being with us. Let's just go ahead and kind of kick right into things. First, I want to talk about really the implications of this case. Can you just break down that this is rare? We don't normally see this. What does this say about how Congress is handling this?
Well, I think, the common thing is that for members of Congress, if they're implicated in serious wrongdoing, they will often resign before it gets to this point. I think it hasn't been since that you saw this sort of hearing before the Ethics Committee, although there have been other members of Congress who have been expelled from Congress, such as George Santos in 2023. So this is fairly rare to see it go all the way through the system like this.
Definitely. Let's jump into the legal risk versus the political risk here. Obviously, she is facing some federal criminal trials that's set to begin soon. Anything that she says in this can be used against her.
That's a huge problem. I think that she had wanted to avoid this congressional hearing going before any sort of legal proceedings, yes, because those statements that she makes can be used in court against her. She could, in this proceeding, plead the fifth, right? She could say that she's not going to incriminate herself, but then that would really look bad for her colleagues.
Definitely. All right, let's address the potential consequences here. If the Ethics Committee finds wrongdoing, what are some realistic outcomes? Are we talking censure, expulsion, or maybe something else?
Well, I think given the severity of these allegations, the likely outcome would then be expulsion, which is a 2/3 vote of the House of Representatives. And, from some of the articles that I've seen about this, Democrats would be the ones who, essentially have the decision, right? Because the House is split 50-50 essentially with a small Republican majority. So it would require, not all Democrats, not even half of Democrats, maybe about 40% to vote for this, and then she'd be removed.
Moving over to some political fallout with the midterms. I mean, this is kind of putting the Democrats on a tough spot, especially after they've taken some strong stances on ethics in the past. I mean, we look at what happened in New York. How could this impact their messaging heading into the midterms?
Well, this is a situation that does make it difficult for the Congresswoman, right? The Democrats, don't want to be seen as people who are defending someone who's accused of misappropriation of funds and fraud. So there's an incentive for them to essentially push this member out and to be able to move on and say, look, we deal with wrongdoing in our party, and so that is, if anything, a positive for us going into November. I mean, that's not a pure positive, but they can make a spin about it.
Sure, I think there's definitely a way they can kind of skirt that over and say, look, we are dealing with these things properly. Talk about the local impact here in Florida for her district. I'm sure the voters are concerned.
Sure. Voters are going to be unhappy about something like this. However, there is also the likelihood that the House seats are going to be redistricted, especially for this election. So, that district might not have existed in quite the same way anyway. It'll be interesting, and it might be a day-by-day, week-by-week thing where the Republicans in the state legislature who are in charge of drawing these new maps will be looking to what happens with this ethics investigation, and if the Congresswoman decides to resign, how that might implicate what parts of the district they put where, and how many Democrats, for instance, they might want to try to jam in that district, or try to divide the Democrats in that district among two different districts.
What do you think is the best case scenario for her right now? Do you think that she's going to go more pleading the fifth and maybe staying a little more silent? Or do you think that in some questions it could be beneficial for her to speak up for herself? Because again, she is denying any wrongdoing here.
It's really a catch-22 for her. On the one hand, we have seen in other hearings, where people have come out and forcefully defended themselves. They don't give any quarter, and that might be, helpful. It might develop a little bit of enthusiasm among people on the left, people who are inclined to think that, their side is being persecuted. But to go in that direction might also make it more difficult for her in the final accounting if she's not seen as, confessing or remorseful.
Sure. I mean, talking about kind of both parties here, we haven't really seen a lot of the Democrats speaking out. I feel like there's some that have been pretty silent. Do you feel like they're waiting to see how this ethics trial goes before they kind of speak for or in support of her?
Well, in something like this, where the conduct only maybe incidentally relates to her campaign, it's not talking about any, activity in Congress, for instance, in the same way that, we've seen other members, get in trouble for what they're doing to their colleagues, for instance. So, there's room for members to say that they're not going to prejudge the facts, that they're going to give her, an opportunity to speak for herself, and then they'll make a decision. But I don't know that Democrats are inclined to, to let this, go down the road too far.
Do you think that Congress is going to enforce whatever decisions come out of this? I know we've seen similar situations before. Again, this is a rare proceeding. But when you compare it to things like George Santos or other issues, where do you feel they're going to fall in line once a decision is made?
Well, the Ethics Committee is an interesting one in Congress in that it is divided evenly by party. Normally, the committees are stacked to have an advantage of the majority party, even if the differences between the two parties are so narrow as we see in Congress today. I think what we have seen in recent years is that the Ethics Committee has worked, in a fairly even-handed way. There might be some, questions about when to release this or that document, but it generally has not had the same sort of dysfunction and infighting that we've seen in other parts of Congress. So, that's a positive as far as the institution goes, and what we might expect in terms of due process and our public trust for the institution.
We really appreciate your insight. Before we let you go, what do you think voters should be listening in for today when this happens, and really the rest of the ethics trial, and then again once she faces the federal criminal process?
Well, I think, the question is whether someone has violated public trust. We hold our elected representatives to a high standard, and they should be conducting themselves in a proper way. The standard for a member of Congress to stay in Congress is not necessarily the legal standard of guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. To be in the public trust probably indicates that someone should uphold a high standard of ethics and morality and conduct, and I think that's ultimately for the public to decide whether a member has fulfilled that or not.
Definitely. Well, we thank you so much for your time, John Hanley, UCF political science lecturer. Again, thank you so much for joining us. All right, everybody, as we head to break, we want to take a look live over downtown Orlando from our SunTrust camera. Wow, looks pretty outside. Florida Live will be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Marley Capper. We appreciate you joining us on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and of course, Fox 35 TV. Right now, Florida Chief Financial Officer Blaise Ingoglia is in the Palm Coast highlighting what he calls wasteful spending in Flagler County. Let's take a listen to Ingoglia.
Excessive and wasteful spending. Hillsborough County, $278 million. Broward County, deep blue, Broward County, $189 million. Jacksonville, City of Jacksonville, purple, half red, half blue, $199 million. Manatee County, deep red Manatee County, $112 million worth of wasteful and excessive spending last year. City of Miami, blue city, $94 million. Nassau County, just north of here, quickly growing county, $53 million of excessive and wasteful spending. Deep red also. Alachua County, deep blue, $84 million. Seminole County, purple county, $48 million. St. Petersburg, which is more blue than red, $49 million. Citrus County, we did earlier this week. That was for $39 million, deep red also, in my backyard, part of my old Senate district. And one of the worst that we've seen in terms of raw dollars, Palm Beach County, $344 million worth of excessive and wasteful spending. Now, that is a lot of big numbers, a lot of waste, but here's the thing. I have told people that I don't care if you're a red city, red county, blue city, blue county, if you're going to waste money, I'm going to call you out. We're going to hold these press conferences and we're going to call you out. But what I also said is that if I find a jurisdiction that is actually spending money pretty wisely, I'm going to praise them. And that is what happened with Deep Blue City of Orlando. They only wasted $22 million worth of excessive wasteful and spending, but they have a pretty large budget. So $22 million as a percentage of that budget was relatively small. It was a little bit more than a rounding error. So the most frugal, fiscally conservative jurisdiction that we've seen so far is the city of Orlando. I'm not here to protect the party. I'm here to call balls and strikes on behalf of the taxpayers. Now, that $2.2 billion that we went over, that is a B, that belongs in the wallets and the bank accounts of the taxpayers, not in the hands of government. We believe that $2.02 billion could be given back to the people in property tax cuts. And that could have been easily made with zero cuts to service. Now, government is going to tell you there's no way. They're going to have to cut service, and I'm going to show you here why that's not necessarily true, and we'll run through those numbers. But I want to be clear on this, especially to the cameras in the back, the reporters that I know are here, and people listening to me on the live stream. Local governments are going to try to excuse away their spending and convince you that they need every single dime that they need. And I'm here to tell you that they are going to try to scare you. They are going to try to use the boogeyman of long 911 times. They're going to say that they're not going to be able to hire fire. They're not going to be able to hire police. And they're going to have to eliminate essential services, which is kind of funny because if a local government says that in order to cut, we have to go to Sheriff Staley and say, hey, you're going to have to fire some deputies, or we're going to go to the police chiefs, and thank you for being here, and say that we're going to have to let go some fire. No, The first rule of government is to protect its people. And you do that by hiring the first responders and keeping the first responders in order to protect the people. So if a government says that in order to cut, those are the things that they have to cut, what does that mean? Their priorities are screw up. They're saying that those are the first things that they're looking to cut. We're saying that you should never cut fire and police. So I want everyone to remember that. They're going to try to wage a campaign. We're already seeing it. Local governments and their employees and the people in their government affairs, their lobbyists are already out there trying to set the predicate, saying that they can't cut government whatsoever. There's no way that they're going to cut government. They're actually going to wage a PR campaign on the airwaves, on TV and radio, saying that they can't cut a dime out of their bloated budgets. They're going to wage a campaign against you using your own tax dollars. Because remember, nothing happens in government without taxes being allocated to that government. So your government is taking in your tax dollars and turning around and lobbying against you, the people who are actually funding government. That is pernicious. And I want everyone to understand that. So when, remember that when local governments come out and say they're going to have to cut fire and police, that is nowhere near accurate. Those are not the things that they should be looking at cutting first. They should be looking at cutting their bloated budgets and how large their governments have grown over the last 6 years. But instead, unfortunately, local governments are taking this money and expanding government. They're expanding the administrative state. And when government expands, it becomes more bureaucratic, less efficient, and more cumbersome. Now, another thing that is going to happen, unfortunately, big government apologists don't care. They want to keep every dime that they have. And you are going to see Sunday editorials written about everything that we're presenting here, trying to poke holes in our numbers, trying to malign the messenger. They're going to do everything they possibly can with the widest audience that they can to try to not get people to understand what we're having, not buying into what's going on here. And this is part of the scam. Pulling the wool over the people's eyes that government needs all this money because they don't. Now, they're going to also try to refute our numbers, which they can't. I will tell you, everything that we are presenting here, all the numbers, all the calculations come directly from government's budget itself. They're going to have their big government apologists write those opinion pieces also, and they're also going to claim that our methodology doesn't make sense. But it does. I want everyone to look at this board right here. Skylar, also from Americans Prosperity, said that one of the best ways to contextualize how large government is growing, or a better way is how much government should only grow, is compared to inflation and population. This is a quote from James Madison Institute. This is a conservative think tank, fiscal conservative think tank. At James Madison Institute, we believe that the FAFO methodology, the methodology that derived our numbers today, similar to what has been enacted in law in states like Colorado and Utah, is one of the most effective tools to demonstrate the need for tax relief for Floridians and to rein in government spending. This is our methodology right here. We take the base budget, we add inflation and population, and that is acceptable budget growth. So anything over what we think is acceptable budget growth, we are deeming as wasteful and excessive, because government should have never had the revenue in the first place. They should have never spent it in the second place, which means you should have never been taxed on it in the third place. And I think that is very, very important. But I also want to go back to this board, because you're going to have people coming out and say that our methodology doesn't make sense, it's not used anywhere else. In 1993, Colorado specifically voted into their constitution a taxpayer bill of rights. And the taxpayer bill of rights says basically this, is that government cannot grow faster than inflation plus population. And if it does, you actually have to give the money back to the taxpayers. Now, say what you want about Colorado, but I will tell you this: Colorado is the poster child for fiscal conservatism and keeping government in check, because it is enshrined in their constitution. Constitution. So we take the same methodology and we apply it to local governments to contextualize how large these governments have grown. But that also means is that when we take a base budget and we add in inflation and population to the number to find out where the government should reasonably be, what does that mean? That means we included already in our number, in our calculations, extra money for fire rescue and police because of population growth. We've included raises for law enforcement and general government employees also because of our methodology. And we've also included extra money because of increased costs. We've accounted for everything that a local government should or would need in order to deliver services to the taxpayers. What should scare you all here today is that Flagler blew past those numbers. Flagler County still exceeded inflation and population growth, and we believe that they have excessively and wastefully spent your tax dollars to the tune of $59.8 million. Now that's a large number, but this doesn't tell the full story. This, we believe, is wasteful and excessive spending on behalf of the general fund budget. This is money that it should have never collected if not for a rise in property taxes. They took the extra money, they showed zero fiscal constraint and just spent it and continue to spend it year after year after year. One of my problems with wasteful spending is that spending, especially at the local level, has become so egregious that it's almost become normal. And nobody even knows what egregious spending is anymore because they see it. It's only when somebody from the outside comes in and contextualizes it and shows it to people in layman's terms, they go, well, that's pretty excessive. That number is excessive. So let's go over a little bit of the methodology. As you can see, base budget plus inflation and population. The numbers I'm about to tell you, I'm constantly saying when I do these presentations.
All right, that was Florida CFO Blaise Ingoglia talking about wasteful spending in Flagler County. We're going to take another quick break, and we'll be right back. Stay with us. All right, welcome back into Florida Live. It's time now for our Tampa connection, and we're going to go out to Fox 13 Tampa senior content producer Nancy Gay. Nancy, how are you? What's the big story out of Tampa today?
Well, we have two big stories out of Tampa today. The first one has been trending online since it was posted last night, and that's because the assistant police chief at the Tampa Police Department is out of a job. Now, we're told that Assistant Chief Ruth Kate was told she was being terminated last Thursday, and because she was an at-will employee, officials met with her, human resource officials, as well as Police Chief Lee Bearcar and an employee relations manager to inform her of this decision to terminate her in person. All they said was she was being terminated for failure to meet expectations. Now, initially, the Tampa Police Department said that Kate was permitted to retire and use up her accrued leave, and that she would be allowed to announce her retirement this past Monday, which would have been March 23rd. However, the Tampa Police Department said that on Monday, things shifted when Kate allegedly reported that she hired an attorney and raised concerns about allegations of retaliation. Now, the Tampa Police Department says it then placed Kate on administrative leave so that the human resources would have time to review her concerns. And following a meeting with human resources on Tuesday, Kate reportedly made new complaints, and those complaints will now be reviewed by the city of Tampa. But during those ongoing reviews, the Tampa Police Department said that it officially terminated her employment. Now, that official termination took place on Tuesday. Department officials maintained that Kate's allegations had no impact on their decision to terminate her. Now, Kate has been with the Tampa Police Department for 29 years, and she was promoted to the assistant chief position last year. Or, excuse me, she was promoted last month. Now, it remains unclear exactly what those expectations were that the department says that she wasn't meeting. And in a statement, the police chief, Lee Bearcar, he said that the department remains committed to fairness and professionalism. And he added that the current leadership team will ensure a smooth transition while still focusing on community safety. Marley?
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. We appreciate your time. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard joins us now for our Florida Live forecast. Laurel, it's so good to see you.
It's so good to see you, too.
It's been beautiful outside so far. Are we going to continue seeing some great weather?
Yes, it is. And I thought I was going to have a quick shot with you, but never mind. Hey, it's news. This is why it's live TV. Things just go right off the cuff. It is absolutely gorgeous out right now, and we're going to continue to see a lot more of that sunshine on tap as we take a look at the next couple of days. So as we do take a look, especially down the road, much more sunshine, but we are going to be seeing a couple of very scattered showers out there. Taking a look, we're seeing a couple more of those scattered showers right by DeLand over near Daytona, mainly across central Volusia County. Also seeing a couple of very spotty showers popping up right along I-95 as well, from Edgewater all the way down into Seminole County. Very, very spotty showers across Osceola County right now, but things going to relatively stay quiet through the rest of the evening. A few more of those pop-up showers before lows drop down tonight into the low 60s. So very pleasant. And Marley, I know you're going to love this forecast tomorrow. After a foggy morning, we're really going to be warming up, and we're seeing those temperatures lingering throughout the mid 80s tomorrow. Lots of beautiful sunshine on tap, and we are going to continue to see a little bit more of that sunshine as we take a look at the weekend ahead. But really big changes are on the way. So Friday, we're looking at highs in the upper 80s. This weekend, though, we're going to see our next cold front move in, and that's why we're going to be seeing those showers and cooler temperatures start to kick in. But then things are going to continue to stay windy. But good news is that we are warming up, taking a look ahead to the weekend. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. Yes, we need the rain, but that cooler air is really going to be kicking in, especially because we're going to be near 90 tomorrow. It's going to really feel much chillier, especially as we take a look ahead towards the cool down that we're expecting on Sunday. So here's Friday. This is 8 p.m. seeing those very scattered showers picking up. And then once we head into the weekend, here's that cold front that's moving in. This is really going to switch around the winds coming in directly in off the East Coast. Ultimately, what this means, especially for beach goers this weekend, is that it is really going to be windy, and that surf is going to be rough. We are looking at high high rip currents all weekend long. And it probably won't be the best beach weekend either, because we are still going to be seeing that moisture coming in directly off the coast, sparking not only clouds, but those scattered showers as we head through the weekend. Not a crazy washout of a weekend by any means, but we are going to be continuing to keep an eye on those just very scattered showers as we take a look ahead both here Saturday and Sunday. Monday, we linger a couple of showers here and there, but other than that, we are looking good as temperatures slowly warm back up. Taking a look ahead towards midweek as we start to see those showers become a little less frequent. But you will really know when that cold front moves through, because Saturday morning, things are looking calm, especially on wind speeds. But once that cold front starts to move through, Marley, it is really going to be getting quite windy out there. Taking a look, we're going to see those wind gusts most likely up to 40 miles per hour as we take a look Saturday afternoon. So things are really going to be getting a little bit more on the windy side, really just because of this high pressure that's going to be lingering off coast. This is what's going to lead to those much cooler conditions, as well as those clouds and a couple of scattered showers. Taking a look ahead to this weekend.
Okay, so we're going to enjoy the hot weather tomorrow.
Yes.
And then we're going to just kind of TBD it for if we're going to have a ton of outside weekend plans.
See, Marley, you should just be a meteorologist.
There we
at
go.
this point.
Hire me.
Perfect.
I'll join you. Yay.
No,
All right,
yeah, that was
Laurel,
great.
thank you so much. All right, well, thank you so much for joining us on Florida Live. We're going to hand things over to Fox 13's Craig Patrick for an in-depth look at the future of NASA's Artemis program. We will carry the ethics hearing for Congressman Sheila Cherfilus-McCormick on Fox Local and YouTube.
Propulsion, go. Hydraulics, go.
We have been given the scientific knowledge.
Pneumatics, go. LO2, go. Water, go.
The technical ability and the materials to pursue the exploration of the universe.
We're living through the second race to the moon. And this one's different.
If we fall behind, if we make a mistake, we may never catch up, and the consequences could shift the balance of power here on Earth.
From the discovery of ice beneath the lunar surface to the rise of AI, we'll show you what's at stake with lessons from our Apollo engineers.
If the goal is worth the risk, stop worrying and just go do it.
We'll meet the crew of Artemis 2, show you what they'll do and how they got picked.
We're at the point now where we are ready to go fly.
Houston, how's that field of view going to be?
It all sets the stage for crewed flights to the moon and Mars, the path to solving our energy needs and the mysteries of existence.
That's just amazing.
We are go.
Artemis 2 is the next step on the journey and our next giant leap.
Well, thank you for joining us. I'm Craig Patrick, and Artemis 2 is the mission to fly 4 astronauts around the moon, paving the way for landing and walking on the moon once again in future missions. And to put it in context and show why it takes off from Florida, we really need to go back to the first space race and the end of World War II.
Captured film from Nazi Germany reveals further secrets of the V-2 rocket.
The German Nazis developed the world's first supersonic rocket. And we capture some of those top Nazi rocket scientists and put them to work. But some of the other Nazi scientists surrender to the communists. They join the Soviet Union, which becomes our new political enemy. It sets up a Cold War between communism and Republican democracy. And both sides know they can win the hearts and minds of uncommitted nations by showing how their system is better. That kicks off the space race, and President Kennedy aims for the moon.
I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal before this decade is out of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the Earth.
That requires a much larger spaceport. America builds a new launch complex near Cape Canaveral on Merritt Island that we call Kennedy Space Center. NASA develops the Apollo program.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
And sends a crew on Apollo 8 to successfully orbit the moon and mesmerize the world.
And God bless all of you on the good Earth.
It basically does what Artemis 2 will do, but we'll get to that in a moment. Apollo 8 sets up Apollo 11.
Okay, Neil, we can see you coming down the ladder now.
Neil Armstrong takes the first steps on the moon.
1 giant leap for mankind.
America wins the first space race. The Soviet Union goes into a slow decline and dissolves 22 years later, while the moon landing inspires American kids to take the next big leaps.
Because I remember as a first grader, them bringing in the black and white TV in my classroom and us all gathering around.
Charlie Blackwell Thompson will become the launch director for the Artemis program, picking up where the Apollo program leaves off. But Artemis comes much later. President Nixon ends the Apollo moon missions in the 1970s. Remember, the goal is to show up the Soviets and win admiration around the world. We do this and just don't see the need to keep going back to the moon until we make a striking discovery. In 2008 and 2009, NASA probes discover hundreds of millions of tons of ice beneath the lunar surface. We could use solar power to split the water molecules and get a source of fuel for lunar colonies and deep space flights. So our government regains interest in the moon, as do competing nations. NASA launches the Artemis program named after Apollo's twin sister, and the second space race begins. In November of 2022, Artemis 1 takes an uncrewed test flight around the moon. When it splashes back, they find some issues with the heat shield that take more time than expected to address. That delays plans for Artemis 2 to 2026. And now NASA is preparing to take that next step of sending a crew of 4 around the moon. We'll show you what to expect, where it could lead, and get to know the crew of Artemis 2 when we come back.
We stand on the shoulders of giants as we reach farther into the stars and push forward to the moon once again and on to Mars. These individuals of Artemis 2 crew will be the first humans to fly to the vicinity of the moon in more than 50 years.
We've known their names for nearly 3 years now. The crew that'll be the first to make that 250,000-mile journey to the moon in a half-century. A decorated and experienced team getting ready to make history in their own right.
For me, there's never really been a time when I didn't want to be an astronaut. Going back as far as I can remember, it's what I always dreamed of.
Meet Mission Specialist Christina Cook. She has the longest continuous space flight of any female astronaut. She'll be the first woman to leave Earth's orbit.
The thing I love about the moon is that it's not just a beacon for exploration and this platform of possibilities for incredible missions like this, but it has benefits. That's actually why we're racing towards it.
Pushing ourselves to explore is just a part of being a human.
Pilot Victor Glover. He's a naval aviator and test pilot who's flown more than 40 different aircraft, including the first operational commercial crew mission.
You know, there's a saying, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And we are going together, and our mission success is built on handing off a starting point to Artemis 3 that sets our country and our partners up to go back to the surface of the moon. And so I just think about legacy.
Being asked to fly on Artemis 2 was a humbling experience for me.
Now meet mission specialist Jeremy Hansen. He's a master of science and physics, an F-18 pilot, and a Canadian astronaut. His place in the voyage is the result of generations of international friendship and cooperation with NASA.
For humanity, it's just critically important right now that we know what we're trying to achieve. And collaboration needs to be the ultimate goal if 8 billion of us are going to have a bright future on this planet. And so as we come around the far side, just having humanity stop for a moment and say, wow, look at what we can do when we work together. Let's just set goals to do a better job of that on this planet today.
To me, it's just the most awe-inspiring moment.
And leading the crew, a decorated naval aviator and test pilot, Commander Reed Weissman. 3 years of training has turned them into a close-knit team.
You get to that point where you do not have to communicate any longer. You're just listening to everything happening, and all four of us are watching each other and the mission, and we do not need to speak, we just know. I can just see the corner of an eye and know exactly what is happening on that person.
The crew of Artemis 2 will be diverse, international, and experienced at long-term missions in space. Their mission patch features a symbol A2, but it's not lost in the team that it looks like the word all. They hope to provide a moment of unity and a poignant bookend to that iconic image from Apollo 8, taken back in 1968, as a world divided by war and turmoil watched in awe.
When I think about the four of us flying around the far side of the moon, coming around, seeing that Earth rise, taking images and video and sending them back to you, the feeling that I have inside is hope.
And I wonder if there will be a difference after we go back, with young folks especially thinking not only we've been there, but we're going there. That's our future.
Beautiful view. Isn't that something? Magnificent desolation.
Our first night on the moon certainly fueled imagination. Kids who watched the Apollo 11 moon landing became the next generation of dreamers and space engineers like Dr. Phil Metzger.
Yep, I worked on the Space Shuttle launch team, and then I worked on the space station assembly team, testing it and getting it ready for flight.
Dr. Metzger is a professor at UCF's Florida Space Institute. He works in the largest high-fidelity lunar simulation facility in the world. He's director of the Stephen Hawking Center for Microgravity Research, and his research showed how colonizing the moon and using it as a spaceport could pay off.
I was able to show that it'll be cheaper to do space missions if we make ice from the moon rather than launching the rocket fuel from the Earth.
And now he has a very special assignment that leads in that direction. He's part of the team building payload for the Artemis 4 mission. The astronauts will put the payload on a moon rover, and it will track how the astronauts' rocket blows moon dust.
And now, boom, there's the transition. And they asked me to participate because I have experience in how rocket exhaust blows soil during lunar landings.
So they can better manage future rocket blasts. But that's Artemis 4 when they land on the moon. For now, Dr. Metzger is our guide for Artemis 2, the crewed test flight above and around the moon.
What strikes me is I'm proud that America is going back to the moon again. It's been too long.
It's the largest rocket ever built, the most powerful rocket ever built. It has the two solid boosters and then the orange core in the middle. Kind of resembles the space shuttle. Is that by design?
Yes, it is. At the end of the space shuttle, There was an intentional choice to keep the space shuttle contractors engaged so we wouldn't have too much disruption in the aerospace workforce.
And then you have the crew module mounted to the top along with the launch abort system, the European Service Module. How does that break down?
At the top of the SLS, we're going to see the Orion space capsule. It can hold 4 people. The Apollo program only held 3. Right below that is a service module that was built by our partners in Europe. It builds a strong alliance so that we can have a united effort at keeping space peaceful and prosperous for humanity.
After the solid boosters and the core are spent and it separates, it gets into high Earth orbit. And then how does it get to the moon from there?
They'll go into orbit around the Earth, and that gives them an opportunity to test out the spacecraft systems before committing to go to the moon. Because once you've burned the propellant to go toward the moon, you cannot turn around and come back. You have to rely on the gravity of the moon to turn you around. So there will be a period of orbiting the Earth for about a day, and then we do what's called a translunar ejection burn to leave Earth orbit and to head off so that the lunar gravity can capture us.
Meaning that you're not doing engine firings, rather you're just following the curve of space?
Yes, if it's done precisely, there won't need to be any corrections. As the spacecraft travels, the moon is moving, and it will be precisely timed so that the lunar gravity will catch the spacecraft, swing it around, and fling it back toward the Earth again. To be able to do that, you have to have precise timing, and you have to fly over the moon at just the right altitude so that you get the right amount of gravitational force on your spacecraft. So it's a very difficult process, but it's a safe process in the sense that if you have some problem with your main propulsion system, you're still going to come home.
They'll have a 4-day trip to the moon. What will the Artemis 2 astronauts be doing in the course of that 4 days?
Oh, they'll be in cryogenic sleep. Not really. That's what everybody thinks they do for long space missions, but that's not possible. And so you have to do something that's worthwhile. You've spent so much money putting these astronauts into space. You don't want to waste those precious hours. And they're going to be doing experiments. They'll be checking their biological health. They'll be checking the radiation environment, those sorts of activities.
And then they ride the gravity of the moon back toward Earth. And then once they approach Earth's atmosphere, what happens next?
In order to have more safety margin, they're going to use a shallower approach this time. They're going to come into the atmosphere and develop some aerodynamic lift from the heat shield so that the spacecraft rises back up again and has a chance to cool off before it dives back in and takes a second pulse of heat.
And then after splashdown and retrieval and testing, if it passes inspection, then it's time for Artemis 3.
It's really crucial to the United States. We wanted to get back to the moon before China gets there. It's going to be an exciting time. We're going to have a key milestone for humanity.
And it's already fueling the Orlando and Tampa Bay area economies with much more to come. We'll take you inside the local factories where much of the Artemis program is built, see who they hire, and how it all comes together.
in the history of man.
The first moon race launched Central Florida's economy.
And on the land will be built facilities of such tremendous size and complexity as to stagger the imagination.
The factory spread west from Kennedy Space Center to Orlando to Tampa Bay. And now the second moon race is fueling it again, with much more to come.
And when you look at how much payload tonnage will be going through Central Florida into space, the logistical costs of bringing all that payload to Florida is going to be very expensive, and that's going to create an economic motive for companies to move their businesses to Florida to shorten the logistical chains.
The aerospace giants are already here, and Honeywell in Clearwater is one of the pioneers.
We've been here since the 50s. We've been on every manned mission.
Honeywell developed navigation and environmental control systems for the Mercury missions, control systems and electronics for the Gemini missions, components and cockpit instruments for Apollo, then the Space Shuttle, the International Space Station, and now the Artemis missions back to the moon to stay on the moon.
We'll have multiple outposts. We'll have people living there full time. And I think in the next 30 years, we'll have people set foot on the surface of Mars, undoubtedly.
Honeywell designs, builds, tests, and delivers a lot of different things you'll find in weather radars, helicopters, jets, national defense by air and by sea, and the SLS rocket that launches the Orion spacecraft.
This is the main engine controller for the RS-25 rocket.
And the Orion capsule itself.
We started the Orion program here in Clearwater. It started in 2006.
Among many other things, Honeywell produces the cockpit displays, the panels and switches that lock until pulled so you can't flip them by mistake, a device that sort of works like a mouse.
And each one of the front seats have it, so Commander Weissman and Victor Glover will both have them.
The hand controllers that move the whole craft in flight, this one they use to dock the Orion, and that's just the start.
This is our vehicle management computer. There are 2 of these on the Orion spacecraft, and they control all the communications within the spacecraft and send telemetry back to the ground.
Honeywell also makes and delivers the Artemis navigation system.
Okay, so this is the complete navigational solution for the Orion spacecraft. Honeywell provides all 3 of these boxes. We deliver 3 of these for each capsule for triple redundancy.
There's the crew.
The crew's here. We take very seriously that there's human lives involved.
2,500 people work in Honeywell's Clearwater complex.
We have everything from the classic rocket scientists for the PhD, all the way down to high school grads, GED people working on this program. We have high school graduates that actually do soldering on hardware.
These workers are making circuit cards the engineers designed.
Some will go into the display unit, some will go into a vehicle management unit that we provide. It may go into the navigational unit that we provide.
And hundreds of other businesses in our area contribute, including local machinists.
We'll send the print for this plate up to Oldsmar, and they'll fasten it together.
It's all locked and loaded for Artemis 2 and Artemis 3. They're working ahead.
We are 85% complete with the Artemis 4 hardware already, and then we have a contract already for Artemis all the way through Artemis 9, and we are building that hardware now.
And you're about to see where it will lead with mining colonies on the moon and breakthroughs on Earth. As an Apollo engineer, Bob Seek helped us land on the moon in 1969. And he explains how NASA's now taking the next giant leap with the Artemis program.
We've got to learn, using the moon, on the moon service, how to build a habitat with supplies from the Earth. And then eventually in that habitat, we'll learn how to build the supplies necessary to survive in space without depending on a trip back to the Earth. And that's what this is going to do.
The long-term goal is to build a permanent human colony around the lunar South Pole. That's the motherlode of lunar ice. The first residents would then launch armies of robots to mine that ice and then use solar power to electrolyze it into a source of fuel. That could lead to crewed flights to Mars and much more on the moon and here on Earth.
There is helium-3 on the moon. Not a lot of it, but certainly more than there is here on Earth, and that is predicted to be a more efficient source of fusion power.
Fusion power was first successfully achieved in a government lab in 2022, and now they're trying to scale up. Helium-3 from the moon could help deliver safe, clean energy to power the world at a fraction of what it costs today. And it could help power quantum computers that could reveal the cure for cancer and other breakthroughs.
The moon has no atmosphere. It catches the solar wind in the soil. And the solar wind coming out of the sun, which is a nuclear reactor, produces helium. And so for billions of years, the moon has been collecting that helium. And so the best place in the inner solar system to get helium, which we need for quantum compute and for fusion, is right there next to the Earth.
Meanwhile, lunar settlements would also activate robots to build and maintain AI data centers on the moon. As AI expands and helps us find all the answers, they would no longer tax our power grid on Earth.
It's going to make Earth a much healthier planet because we'll be able to move a lot.
Western PA and West Virginia, rain rates could approach 1 to 2 inches per hour with the most intense storm clusters. We'll show you what we're expecting. Plus, all this high-impact weather is being fueled by a dramatic clash of seasons, two very different air masses. As this cold front sweeps through, things change.